What's up, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to TD Talk, home of the real Miami Dolphin fans. Yes, we are live. Draft night part 2. It is night 2. We got the second and third round. What's going on, everybody? I hope all is well. Listen, y'all, make sure y'all hit that like button. You already know what time it is. Listen, we almost got like 1,700 likes on the last video. It's coming up on 20,000 views. Man, we did it big last night, man. We had a party. We had some fun. The Miami Dolphins are already winning this draft. Listen, we're about to get into night 2, round 2 and 3. And this is where you make your money. This is where a team makes their money, ladies and gentlemen. This is where you win Super Bowls. It is tonight. Tonight is where you win Super Bowls. And y'all bear with me for 1 second. I need to go ahead and make sure I don't have no issues. Make sure I'm on the right internet, because I do see where it did lag out a little bit there. And I want to make sure we got the strongest signal that we could possibly have. So y'all give me 1 moment. Let's see. Hopefully it didn't auto switch to the lower frequency internet. So, all right, let's see. Networks. All right. Wi-Fi, yes, it did. See, that's the problem. Let me get right back on my 5G. We back on our 5G. We back on our elevation, baby. We should be good now, man. Hopefully I don't have any issues, but it's switching over right now, just in case you can hear me. Let me see. All right, it just switched over. We on the 5G now, man. I don't know why. Once again, this thing keeps switching to the 2G, but it's on the 5G now. We were much better, man. Brita G said, "Let's help TD with better Wi-Fi, folks." Oh man, hey, you know what, Bree? Don't get me started on you, bro. I ain't seen you in over 2 months on the channel, and now all of a sudden we done got Jalen Phillips from the U, and all of a sudden you back being a fan. And if y'all don't know, if you're new to the channel, Brita G is the most Mayweather Miami Dolphin fan there is. You know, his Dolphin card keep getting pulled, but then he keep getting it back every single time something big. But he keep leaving. I don't know. Should we keep accepting people back and forth into the fan base? You know, you either gonna stay with us or you either gonna ride with us or you not. You either gonna ride with us or you not. Nah, I don't make those decisions, but that's my homie, that's my brother, man. But hey, it's the U, baby. The U gonna beat up on Alabama this year. Man, hold on. Y'all give me a second. I gotta see what's going on. Understand? Because I'm not finna be having no lag out situations. Why it froze up on me, man. I'm still learning all this new equipment and stuff that I got, y'all. So I'll perfect the production as time goes. I got so many more things that I want to bring to the channel. But I'm learning. I'm researching and learning how to use all the stuff that I've gotten to upgrade the production and what we do. All right. Again, y'all hit that like button. I appreciate y'all coming through. Love you. Love you. Bandwagon. EM in the house. What's up, man? I really can't wait to get your take on the first round, man. You already know what time it is. If you get the opportunity, just let me know and I'll drop that link, man. But listen, ladies and gentlemen, night two. This is what it's all about. All right. Matter of fact, I don't even need these. I ain't got nobody in with me. Listen, night 2. This is what it's all about. What are we going to do? The Miami Dolphins pick 4 picks in. We're 4 picks in, ladies and gentlemen. We got the pick number 36. What will the Miami Dolphins do? There were some reports earlier. I don't know the validity of the reports, but they were saying that Miami potentially was trying to move up to get Najee Harris last night right before Pittsburgh, and it didn't work out. Whether that's true or not, we're going to find out how important running back is tonight for the Miami Dolphins. Now, there are still some other options if they aren't able to get them. They still got some options out there with free agents, but at the end of the day, we are really trying to get a premier back of the future. All right. TDU still lag. Man. All right, man. Y'all give me a second. Y'all bear with me. Y'all let me know in the comment section. How many people is it lagging for? Is it everybody or is it just a few people? Let me know in the comment section right now. Do we have a lag issue? Nah, you're good. TD, you good on my end. Never mind. That'd be the crazy part. I want everybody to enjoy the production, but I actually watch my stream while I'm streaming. And on my end, I'm coming through crystal clear on my other monitor where I'm watching it just like y'all with the delay. It's coming through crystal clear. No lag here. Lag now. You good? Yes, you good. No lag. It's good. Yes, lagging, man. I don't know what's up with YouTube, man, but it's been acting up a little bit lately. But y'all know on my end, I'll do everything I can to check my settings to make sure that I give y'all the best experience possible, man. But y'all always know I always get it fixed eventually, all right? See here. Your mouse seems lagging, TD. I mean, this stream turned into Jakeem Grant. All right, man, I ain't dealing with you, man. I can't deal with some of y'all, man. This stream turned into Jakeem Grant. I'm done with y'all, man. On a whole nother level. All right, lagging, my boy. Let's see. Cool haircut, TD. Nestle Crunch up top. You know, got the little mini curls coming in. You know, I'm bringing my hair back up when I have my little curls. I ain't trying to fully curl Esquire out now. You know, just a little something, just a little something to make my wife go ooh. Oh man. All right, you good now. All right, man. Hopefully it stays that way, man. Hopefully it stays that way. All right, so we're good, man. Let's get back into what matters. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. I got to be 100 with y'all. At the end of the day, I just want to win, man. I want to win. But I gotta do some house cleaning real quick, man. I gotta tell some of y'all. Real talk, man. Some of y'all need to stop with this hypocrisy, man. Some of y'all really have to stop with this hypocrisy. It kills me, man. The hypocrisy ain't even fair out here these days, man. You know, I mean, we go back to last year, and all I said was, listen, I wouldn't draft 2 at 5, but we got 2 at 5. And I say, hey, he's our guy. Let's go. Now he got to put the work in. And there's nothing wrong with me talking about college this or college that. We got him. We roll forward. And when he start playing, I told you the pros and cons of when he playing. But it amazes me. All of these Waddle, and I mean, all of these Smith and Najee Harris advocates didn't get their way last night. And they went on a crying spree for the last 20 hours. A straight up crying spree. The hypocrisy is real. Oh, Waddle, man. Waddle's not even gonna come on, stop that, man. He a Dolphin now. That's what y'all were telling me, right? He a Dolphin now. Especially the people that wanted Najee at 18. Oh, they big boy mad. They big boy mad. Phillips, who is a Phillips? Man, they get a concussion guy. Blah, blah, blah. What? Trust the process, TD. That's what I heard last year. And them same people acting up for the last 20 hours. Stop that mess. I hear crying in the car. Stop that mess, man. The Miami Dolphins are on the rise. They did what they needed to do to make this team better. They feel positional need areas that's going to help us get to that ultimate hoist that Lombardi. Man, shout out to Andres with the donation. Said y'all need to stop with the injury concerns for Phillip, man. It's y'all that also said the same thing last year at pick 5 when Tua had more concerns. Hold on. The whole injury with Phillips thing, they need to stop with it. Y'all said the same thing with the pick 5 when Tua had more concerns. No, let me say this, because I fall on the side of that as well. Because I even said I wouldn't pick Tua at 5 because of the injury and the inconsistencies in his game that I know is against the biggest competition. But I did say I'd still pick him at 9. I don't have a problem with people saying things like, I feel like we reached. Okay, you know, that's your opinion. I feel like we reached. We could have got him later. All right, that's your opinion. But the people that's saying that he's about to be Deion Jordan, Oh, the hypocrisy is real. The hypocrisy is real. You crazy if you think this cat is gonna end up like Deion Jordan. Y'all gonna find out. Y'all gonna find out. And you know what? Y'all gonna be the same ones hooping and hollering about how good he is. Y'all gonna find out how good he is. But we got two good talents last night, man. That's gonna help this team make some plays. Waddle is gonna be explosive on the offense because now you got Will Fuller and Devontae Parker taking the top off. They're gonna require both of them gonna require double cover two all day. And now you got Waddle running free on slot. I hear running crazy on slots in linebackers. You know who gonna eat from this? Waddle and Gesicki. Waddle and Gesicki, they're gonna be like Waddle the rookie, so we'll leave him be and see if we can maintain. But we got to do something about Fuller and Parker. And Gesicki goes. Let me tell you, I'm telling you, man, they're gonna do a lot of these. Yeah, mark my words. They're gonna do a lot of go routes with Fuller and Parker on the outside. Then they're gonna streak Gesicki right up the field, just like them on the go route, right up the middle. And they're gonna let Waddle have a full day on a field day underneath for Tua. Quick checkdowns all day. But the beautiful part about Waddle, the difference is his check down is gonna come with some YAC, yards after the catch. They gonna watch what I tell you. They're gonna send Gesicki up the seam. They're gonna send them two boys on the outside straight down the field. And Tua gonna go just like this. Tua's job is only on a pass play, and don't let it be play action. Don't let us get Williams right here. But Tua's job is gonna be to look at them safeties. All right, he had the double coverage on Parker, double coverage on him. Up, Gesicki split in the middle. Up, and Tua gonna pick his poison all day. All day, he gonna be letting it rip. It's gonna be just like Alabama. It's gonna be just like Alabama. It ain't gonna be. You gotta understand. Waddle got more weight and height over Jakeem Grant. Man, listen. It's gonna be a field day. It's gonna be beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. And on the defensive side of the ball, I'm gonna tell y'all now. I don't care if we didn't draft a single defensive player this entire draft. We have an opportunity to be a top 5 defense in regards to when we brought in our boy from Houston at the linebacker position. We had the opportunity to be the top 5 defense, and you add another pass rusher that's versatile and is pretty darn good in the run game. Man, come on, y'all. Do y'all see what this team is doing? Somebody said, I hope Waddle proved me wrong. See, that's what I'm talking about. I'm with that. If you don't believe, hope he prove you wrong. Same thing I say with Tua. Yeah, McKinney. I don't know why. Benardrick McKinney, every time I think of him, I don't remember his name whatsoever. I need to see him make that first run, stop, and hit so I can be calling his name on the normal. I just forget this man's name every time it comes to my mind. I just say the linebacker we got from Houston. Oh, man, y'all remind me every time. So bear with me. I'll have it by give me the end of May. Hopefully we get to the linebackers profiles streams by then. But did Roger Goodell say they broke a record last night, over 30 million viewers? Is that what he said? I wouldn't be surprised, man. This is one of the most impactful drafts of all time, man. The hype has never been this huge. It's never been this huge, man. So at some point tonight, I'm going to be doing a dual stream. I'm going to also be on Miami Sports Music. So I'll be streaming normally. But I'll be chatting with those guys on there as well. You might get a chance to hear us. We're going to be rocking for about 40 minutes. So we're going to do a dual stream. We'll be over here, but we'll also rock out over there as well. I might even put it on the screen. Shout out to Dolphins Media Uncensored. Najee is the Lambo I wish we got. But instead, we have to try and get Williams, the Volvo. Our dad had with the pipe hanging and the headliner falling, shaking my head. Hey, everybody's opinion, but you know what I found in this league is that That's what they would have said last year. That's what they would have said last year. They'd have been like if we would have drafted Herbert, it'd have been like, oh, we had a chance to get the Mercedes in 2, and we drafted the Volvo and Herbert. And look what Herbert did. See, this is what they would say. This is why you don't know until they play it out. We got to see. Once they put what they put on the field, then we can start talking. Then we can start giving our opinions. But the draft is officially open, and the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. In the second round, it's going to be 7 minutes each. So the time will be cut down tonight. Hey, we down to business. What shall happen? What will happen? This will be very interesting, y'all. Very interesting. Y'all bear with me real quick. Let's see. All right, let me pull this up so y'all might be able to see it. So what do y'all think Jacksonville will do with this pick? TD, be honest, Tua can't throw the deep ball. Man, I don't know, Kendall. I mean, you remember Tannehill his rookie year? He could throw deep, but he couldn't connect to save his life. You know, but one thing I will tell you, that man got better and better and better, man. It's an opportunity for him to grow. He has an opportunity to grow. So we'll see. Right, we got 2 4-2 receivers in Fuller and Waddle, Parker and Mike. I don't want to hear no excuse about Tua. Facts. I think everybody knows that at this point. There ain't no excuses that can be had at this point. You show up or you just ain't the guy. It's that simple. That's what it is. You either show up or you ain't the guy. If we get more excuse, number 1 defense, man, you think they'll do it? I don't know, man. I don't know. What's up, man? I'm live, man. I'm live dually right now. I'm setting it up. All right, you let me know. I'm gonna mute on my end. All right. All right, y'all. Like I told y'all, we'll be having a multi stream as well. So y'all get ready for it. It's gonna be pretty cool. Let me see here. Share screen. All right, cool. All right, we're getting set up. But yeah, everybody. Let me make sure I'm good on this end. And y'all don't forget, make sure you check out Miami Sports Music, because at some point we're gonna have a dual stream going on, but you'll be able to see it all. But make sure you also check out Miami Sports Music, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get TD likes up over 1,200 tonight. Let's do it. I'm here for it, man. All right, let me see here. Share 2.
What's up, man?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep. TD's.
All right, Dean Brown with the donation said Tua. Hold on, let me see. He said Tua should have 4,300 yards and 30 touchdowns, and he got an extra game this year. No exceptions. There you have it. There you have it. I ain't gonna lie. Listen, when I do the expectation videos, it may not be that high, but I like it. That would be pretty sweet. That would be pretty sweet. My expectations may not be that high, honestly, but there ain't nothing wrong with that. I like that. I have the same color jersey, but mine is Wake. Yeah, this the undefeated from the homie Pure Fins, man. Hooked your boy up. Let's see. Trey Sermon. Nice. So the Jaguars pick is in. What will they do? I have no clue, but we're going to find out. We are going to find out. I know. Let me see here. Hey, y'all, can y'all hear them? Put it in the comment section. Yes or no? Can you hear them?
Down there in Miami, you suck. You know that, right? Still love you though.
Can you hear them now?
Well, look, man, I am super excited to be on here with you tonight. We got a lot of good things going on. We also have our boy TD in the building. TD's also doing his live stream, as you guys can see here.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
What's up, TD?
I'm
Tell
good,
the people
man.
how you're working it tonight. You're doing double duty.
Yeah, man, it's multicasting. You know, I got everybody on my end. They're watching y'all right now too. You know, Miami Sports Music. Y'all got to make sure y'all go check them out. So we got the multicast. I got multiple streams going. Just put it like that.
Well, look, man, I'm excited. So, I mean, look, we're trying to get some people on that are at the draft in Cleveland. But before I do that, TD, let me get your thoughts on last night, man. What do you tell me about last night?
Super Bowl! Let's go. Listen, man, we win and we got us we got the slot receiver that we needed so that we can move on from the guys who have been very inconsistent for so many years now. Potentially in Jakeem Grant and/or he takes a backup role. And potentially Albert Wilson. So we got our young guy of the future who's explosive, and what he's going to get the Miami Dolphins is the yak, the yards after the catch, the ability to get it in open field and make plays. And then we went up to 18, and Jamie Bahamas, what did I tell you at 18? What did I tell you was going to happen at 18? All 5 of us did a mock, and only one of us had Phillips at 18. And I told y'all to ain't nobody worrying about no concussions, man. Listen. Hey,
look, we're gonna get into that real quick. I got somebody in Cleveland. Dang, he came off as soon as I was about to put him on.
Hey, who did the Jaguars pick? Do y'all know?
Tyson Campbell, cornerback out of Georgia. Just came off the board with the number 33rd pick. And just so everybody knows, Jacksonville was on the clock. Now the Jets are on the clock. And then after that is the Atlanta Falcons and then the Miami Dolphins. Look, I'm going to let you guys kind of go back and forth. When I get Danny back on, I'm going to interrupt who's ever talking. Jamie, what are your thoughts about last night? And you two guys can go back.
So rude. But anyway, talking to my boy TD. Hey, listen to this, right? So you're right. The Miami Dolphins ain't afraid of no concussions. Everybody else was. There's no reason. Even Greer said himself last night, was like, what? He's still here at 18? He couldn't believe it, man. So that changed the whole play. So I'm excited. That dude's a sack master. Like I wrote about it yesterday. He's no stranger to the backfield. Mm-hmm. He's healthy now. Let him come do his thing. He got somebody on the other side of Ogba. Ogba's numbers are going to go up this year too with that, man. I'm ready.
What I love more than anything is his pursuit in the backfield. You know, if the quarterback rolls out, he's hot on their trail. You know, it's not like a I mean, he has that speed, he has that quickness that gets there. So listen, I just think that this team did what they had to do. That Waddle move, though, what I love about it, man, I can see it now. You know, Will Fuller, Devontae Parker on go routes, and you got Gesicki streaming through the middle and Waddle just eating underneath all day. Or if they want to take away the underneath, somebody's going to have a one-on-one on the outside. And it's going to be a scary thing for other defenses to handle. So we bring a little power to the offense. But the reality is, the only thing that really matters is how Tua's going to perform with it. That's what matters over anything, you know?
At Angry Homie, when Tua balls out next year, y'all haters will say it's because everyone else around him and not Tua. I already know this to be a fact. Guarantee it.
He's right. He's right.
Hey, TD might say that, but Jamie won't say that.
Nope. TD's gonna say that. You know, because people are setting that up already. They already know. Because otherwise, what was the problem last year? He needs weapons. So when you get him, now all of a sudden, it ain't the weapons that's helping him. It's him that elevated. No, the weapons will help him in his game.
Who are people calling the greatest quarterback ever right now? Who's the hype? Who everybody's putting that name behind? I'm not saying I'm putting, but who's that person they're saying that about?
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady. How did Brady look with no weapons? Pedestrian. Don't tell me he did.
No. See, no.
Numbers. Don't tell me he didn't. If that was Brady's first year, and that's what he was doing, nobody would have ever said, "Oh my God, this guy has potential. They're gonna work." They would have said, "We need to give him weapons."
No, angry homie, because TD's a Tua hater. That's why.
Hey, call it what you wanted. Facts. It's all facts over here. But Jamie, listen to me. Stop with that. Brady didn't have weapons. For the first time, he had middle school kids on the field, and we want to say Brady ain't had no weapons. They had all kind of problems on that team, and they couldn't run the ball, which is something that he relied on checking to with great defense. But don't forget, over the history, everybody called most of the New England receivers bums for like forever. But then when they kept racking up Super Bowls, now all of a sudden Edelman and Welker and all of them, all of a sudden, actually, when you look back, they were really good. Come on, man.
Yeah. No, but my point is, I think you kind of even just gave me the point too, by the way, because look at what you did when you ready to give him some real weapons. Look what he did when Randy Moss was his ex. You know what I mean? They broke records. Nobody could even keep up with them, right? So my point is this, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it's one way or the other, right? When they ball out this year, I'm going to give some credit to Tua, but I'm also going to say it's because the weapons are there. And if you take the weapons away, he won't be able to pull it off, right? But I'll tell you this. I'll give you one thing. I'll give you one thing in your hat so you can run with it. If Tua can't do it with what they're putting around him, then Tua ain't the answer.
Listen, my only barometer is this man better not get benched one game. Not a single game. But let me say this. As the Jets pick up Elijah Moore, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss, the Jets are gearing up, man. But I want to say this, Jamie.
That's a great pick, too.
Yeah, it is. Jamie, well, first off, as we get to know each other, this might give you a little bit more perspective about the Brady thing and me. Don't forget, TD, even though he calls him the GOAT, because you just rightfully get that, you win that many and you play big time in big games. But don't forget, TD says Brady is a slightly above average quarterback who uses his brain over anything. And that he has always been a product of the defense and the system that has been around him. He's just smart enough to identify using that to its maximum capacity. He's never had that talent like some of these guys like Rodgers and all of that from a playing talent standpoint, but he uses his brain. So that's why I put that into perspective. Yes, he's the GOAT because rightfully so. You know, the numbers start adding up. You're going to become the GOAT, but at the same token, slightly above average, but that's all I need from Tua is to be slightly above average.
Hey, we're going to get slaughtered by anybody who's not a Dolphins fan for saying this.
Oh, of course they are.
Yeah, and I endorse that to the fullest, man. I couldn't agree with you more on that. But I want to shift us away a little bit because we're going to run out of time. Who you got coming up at 36? Do we stay at this pick, and who do we go after if we stay there? What are you thinking?
So many different ways we can go. If and I make a strong if the reports were true that we were potentially moving up above in front of trying to move up in front of Pittsburgh to get Najee. If that's true, then it looks like we're going to be going Javonte. And that should be the play. But I'm gonna tell you, if we don't go Javonte, then I have no faith that report was true at all. Because it wouldn't make any sense. It's just or a running back. You know, they might have a guy that none of us really put that high that they loved, but I don't see it. But we'll see.
See, the only thing that freaks me out about that take that you had was my take, meaning that I told you from before in the pregame show they got to get a running back, they got to get the best guy on the board. They cannot. That's right now. There's only 2 positions that they have not addressed with a high draft pick or an expensive free agent or an expensive keeper like on their own team already, and the 2 are running back and safety, right?
Yeah,
so I figure, they haven't gone with a high draft pick for a safety yet, and they haven't really broke the bank on a safety yet.
The safety is the wild card one. You're right, man. That's what I thought about at 36, but I just felt like maybe they're gonna let that slide and try to pick that up at on the next second round pick. But I don't know. That's a good one though because it is needed.
Hey guys, real quick, Atlanta just traded their pick to Denver.
Oh my God!
Which means Denver jumped in front of us to get somebody.
Yeah, and let's see. And
real quick, who do you guys think it is?
Javonte Williams.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think. Because that's the other thing though. The Dolphins don't ever let things slip. So I wonder if they leaked it out that they were chasing a running back so somebody could make a move, right? We know they usually don't slip up and let people know what they're doing. So it could be a chess move.
Yeah, but we're going to find out.
Broncos acquire a 35th overall pick from Falcons. So, look, this is a very interesting – I told Jamie and we talked just a little bit briefly earlier, and I said there's going to be trades that happen at the top of this draft. Like, there was no question in my mind that was going to happen.
Well, maybe they're not.
I mean, let's think about it. What does Denver need?
They still need a quarterback help.
It's not a running back, though.
There's nobody up there that is worth trading to get in front of the second round there. Nobody.
Who's at 38? I can't see right now, though. Who's in that vicinity?
All right, so 37 is the Eagles, 38 is the Bengals, 39 is the Panthers, 40 is the Broncos. Well, it was.
Here we go.
It was the Broncos, so I'm assuming now that's Atlanta.
Here we go. I'm gonna tell you now, if they take the guy Miami wants, Miami will trade out.
As they should,
because there ain't many people that you would want at this pick right here. Where you can get more value. We don't have a 4th round pick.
All right, look, if you guys are wondering, I appreciate you guys joining us right now. This is the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. The 3rd pick is in. Denver has just traded up, and it's about to be announced right now. So we're about to find out. If you guys want to ask questions, put questions in the comment box. I'm assuming that's Javonte. They got Javonte.
It happened again. They did it 2 years in a row. The Dolphins, tried to be strategic. And I mean, don't get me wrong. Let me say this first. Let me put my disclaimer there. Wow. I'm happy with the way the first round went. I'm happy with the players they actually got. But now you have this big glaring hole in this gap again where the 3 top guys, and honestly, the only 2 I really wanted was either Najee Harris or Javonte Williams, and now they're gone again, and 1 pick ahead of Miami too.
And they came right up in front of us. Everybody and their mama knew that we were grabbing this kid.
Yeah, Javonte Williams, the running back out of the University of North Carolina, and as a Miami sports music guy, we all know what he did to the Hurricanes last couple of years. 5'9", weighs 212. Look, people compare him to Nick Chubb. I was excited, and TD, man, your reaction says it all. Tell me what's in your mind right now, man.
And our pick is in fast. They put our pick in fast. It took no time for them to put our pick in, so maybe we weren't going that direction.
It goes back to what I was saying, right? Like, when things leak out of Miami, it's strategic, right? So they probably put up that smoke and mirrors that, hey, running back.
No, you're right. You're right, man. You're right.
Said, don't bring that up.
You're right. They might have put up those smoke and mirrors, man. But because we ran our pick to the podium just now. So we're about to find out what position. And now I'm not talking player. I'm talking about what position. Because it's hard. I can't sit here and guess a specific player.
I say runner or safety.
Running back, safety, or what if we're What if we're moving a little early for a center?
Yeah. So Quinn Miners, I think, is a possibility, maybe.
Oh boy.
Still have, there's still the top lineman from Alabama. I can't remember his name. He doesn't play center, but you never know that they do that too. But
there are a few linebackers, 2 more on this board that I know Flores loves, man. I mean, this can go any way.
All right, real quick. Jamie, who are we picking here? Real quick.
Man, I'm lost. I'm telling you, I had my eyes.
I think we go Landon Dickerson here. That's what I think we're gonna do. Landon Dickerson is my choice here. I think it's a little bit high up, but I think why not here? There's Danny. We're watching the NFL Network on the side here. Danny from TPP. He's going to be on with us in a little bit. TD, man, who do you think?
Man, you got me, bro. It's always too many different ways, man, we could go. I mean, you got the kid Johnson out of Oklahoma. You got Owosu. Here we go, the selection. I'm gonna say I have no clue, bro.
The new pick for the Miami Dolphins. Javon Holland.
Safety. They got the Oregon. Hey, no, this kid is special though. He didn't play last year though. This kid is special.
Well, talk to us, man. Tell us about him.
Listen, man. This kid, well, of course, he didn't play last year. And well, you're seeing all the stats and stuff on the screen. This kid here, a lot of people knew that he was going to fall, but they thought that he was going to be held against him because he did hold out. I mean, he has the speed. He's 6'1", 208 pounds. We're talking about the replacement. This guy is actually, this is what confuses me because he plays Bobby McCain's, because I thought that that's what Jones was for, but we got another one anyway.
But I got a feeling, so let me do something right. Not to, like I said, I thought I was running back at this pick. I thought we were going to draft this guy, but I thought it was going to be with the next round. I didn't think he'd go this high.
When they have their guy.
And you want me to back it up? Hey, if you don't mind, Steven, while we're here, you don't have to do it right away, but if you could pull up my latest article from 305 Sports, and just what I predicted for day 3, and you'll see.
I'll bring that up while you guys.
Day two. I'm sorry. But I didn't expect it to be their first pick in round 2. But that's why I kept saying, TD, that there's a couple of positions that they haven't invested in, and the Dolphins are literally trying to build through the draft. If you think about it, right? People get mad at the free agents that they keep shipping out. Like, hey, they just signed this guy last year, now he's gone. I'm like, guys, that's the plan. I said, what the Dolphins are doing is they have all these draft picks. When they're done, the team will be literally built through the draft. They're going to the free agency for patchwork. They're saying, okay, cool. We don't have a guy in this area just yet, and we want to play and win games. So you know what? We will rent this guy for a year until we go and get our guy in the draft for the next year or a year after that. And they'll keep doing that, and that's how they keep putting the offense together and the defense together, so they can build a system. So when they move a guy out, they know they found the right guy to just plug right in there, and they don't have to change what they do for that guy, right? So that's why I have my eyes keyed in clearly on safety and running back. I thought the running back was going to go first just because I didn't think because the safeties were rated much lower in this draft, especially this kid. So I thought he would end up going in the 3rd round. But I definitely put him in there and said, hey, watch out for this guy. I think the Dolphins are going to have their eye on him because I had a feeling safety is where they were going to go.
Jamie, I pulled it up on the screen.
Yeah, so if you scroll to my last paragraph in there and just take a read on that, and that's what I said to look for today.
With Najee Harris and Travis off the board, keep your eye on running back Javonte Williams. Obviously, he was gone with the pick before us. From a safety standpoint, Javon Holland from Oregon could fill in at safety. We also need to keep the J-name player trend going. Lastly, the Dolphins could look to continue to build the offensive line with Landon Dickerson or Quinn Mernez to be the future center of the offensive line.
Let me say this because good read on that, Jamie. I actually I didn't have us getting this kid at all because I didn't have him day 3. I had him somewhere at the end of day 2 after our second pick, but I didn't have us getting him at all. But it's interesting to me because this isn't the most.
We reach?
No. Here's the deal. That's what I was just going to talk about. I was just going to talk about that because it's interesting that we all, want this or we want that or whatever it may be. But like you said, they're building through the draft, and when Flores has his guy on defense, Flores owns defense, okay? When he has his guy, the draft pick doesn't matter, because here's why. Here's why. What if somebody would have got him at 49, and they reached? Well, you see what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, when he wants his guy, he goes and gets him. And the beautiful part about getting your guy, he doesn't have to play right away, just like Jones. This is an opportunity for us to start seeing guys behind the guys we got get ready to take on a role and get the proper training and development needed behind Eric Rowe, behind Bobby McCain, potentially. This is how you build your team.
This is New England Patriot football.
Exactly. This is how you do it. But what people have to understand is, let's be honest here. We got 3 backs that's coming back next year on this roster that'll contribute. We just needed that 4th and have him be the lead.
Yeah, you got it.
You see what I'm saying? So
that's how I see it, T. We already know the formula now, right? We're hip to this. You and I picked up on this. I know it's still like we're validating ourselves this year and realizing, hey, it took us a while, but we kind of clue in on how Greer's doing this, right?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what they're going to do now, right? When they get through this draft process, it might not be any guy we loved or who we wanted, but when they get done, if they're going to add a running back either through free agency or undrafted undrafted running back at the end of this to fit that need for this year. And guess what?
Exactly.
Next year is going to be a high priority.
Exactly.
High priority with those extra draft.
And it might be your first round pick.
Yeah, might just be that.
It might be.
See how they looked at, look how Waddle caught some people off guard, right? The Dolphins were eyeing that guy for a while. Everybody knew, hey, look, when we get in the first round next year, we have the extra picks. This is the type of field we're looking for. They knew who their guy was, right?
All right.
Yep.
I want to ask you guys something that really bothers me as a fan. And, from the comments here, it definitely is something that the, people are talking about. Angry Homie says, I'm surprised we didn't go center at 36. Guys, we have not addressed the offensive line at all yet.
But
no.
See, that's a mentality. That's a mentality thing.
Well, tell me as a fan, tell me why I shouldn't be concerned about that.
Yeah. TD, you want to take it first, and then I'll jump in?
Let me hit it real quick. It's a mentality with our fan base. Okay, do we have a center that can get us through this year and a backup? Yes, right. And at the end,
we don't know about this guy yet. Baltimore did not.
No. See, we're not asking anyone to be perfect, bro. We're asking somebody to fill a position and give us serviceable time as we continue to develop. And here's another thing. It amazes me that if Miami Dolphins go center with the next pick, or they go center in the 3rd round, and that guy comes to camp and he balls out and becomes our future center, all of this agony and pain goes out the window. And we hear people say, trust the process. Well, you know what? Let's keep trusting it, right? The hypocrisy is real. But let me say this. The mentality has to change with Miami Dolphin fans, okay? And let me tell you why I say that. The Miami Dolphins are filling holes and providing depth and making moves for 2022. This is the camp of 2022. Some of these guys, your Jalen Phillips, will get reps this year. But in the way that we run our system, him and Ogba may not even be on the field at the same time a lot. The way that we run our defense. He's going to be a spot guy in the first year.
Landon Dickerson just came off the board.
Yeah, I saw that.
Landon Dickerson just came. This is the guy I wanted. This is the guy I wanted.
And let me jump in that segue though, Stephen. So I see you. I appreciate you bringing it from the fan perspective and nailing it. TD's onto something. And if you guys follow what we're saying, we kind of answered this question before it was even asked, right? The Dolphins will address it with the center that they want. I like what TD said earlier in this. Flores and Greer have their guys. They knew who it is, and they're not going to go settle. They're not going to go just draft a position. just because, hey, we need that position, if it's not the guy that they want, the specific guy that fits their role. So what they do in the meantime is, like, they went out and got the free agent from Baltimore, right? They went and said, hey, you sit here. But that doesn't mean that they won't draft a guy here. And the guy they're going to draft here is going to fit the value that they see him at. So it wouldn't surprise, like I said, you just read the statement that I just put up from last night. It wouldn't surprise.
Real quick, New England just traded up. And
they got Christian Barrymore, the defensive tackle. They need they beefing up. They beefing up the middle.
And he had first round draft grades all across the board. I mean, New England is definitely getting better through the draft, with the exception of Mac Jones, in my opinion.
Hey,
who? Mac Jones. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Jamie. I just thought that was very interesting that they traded up.
Yeah, just to answer that, to finish off on that, right? As fans, the reason why it's hard to swallow as Dolphins fans is because the team has never been built this way before. The way we would build a team before was our owners always had deep pockets, and if we wanted something, we wanted a candy out there, whatever it was we needed, we went and bought it. And it wasn't, and honestly, it never worked out, right? We spent a lot of money, put ourselves in certain situations that then it was hard to dig out of, right? Now we have a team that's actually being built with flexibility. The Dolphins have made some mistakes. I'm not going to tell you every move was perfect, but the good thing is this time around, when they make a mistake or they have a miss or whatever, they're not stuck in that position for longer than that year that they're in. They know immediately they can course correct that situation. Mm-hmm. So that's another reason why some of these moves, people might say, oh, no, I really wanted a running back, like we mentioned.
Do you know why I question you guys? The question that, maybe not you guys per se, the question that I'm going to start naming some names, and you're going to understand. Ted Ginn Jr.
Okay.
Right? Jake Long.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like those two guys right there, John Beck, Pat White. Like there were better people on the board at positions that needed to be addressed right away.
And let me respond to that, Steve.
Pull it back now, right? Rewind. There's one thing in common with all of those names you put in.
Mm-hmm.
That's the part of what I was talking about. That's a part of the mistakes where we were going after, hey, we need it. Like when they took Ted Ginn, guess what the knock on the Dolphins was? Hey, the team is too slow. There's no speed on this team. So what they did is they just found the fastest wide receiver out there with a first-round grade and said, let's go get this guy, right? And they just forced it and tried to make it work, tried to make that guy be something more than he was, that he was, and then they kept trying to build on that. We don't do that anymore.
Exactly.
Right? And then the last part before I give this back to TD for him to knock us out of the park is anybody who's saying that we're not addressing the offensive line, please remember this rebuild is not a one-year thing. This is building until we get to 1-2 more years from now. So look at how heavily they invested on the offensive line last year. If you go and start making redundant high investments, you're not building the team. You're going to end up in a situation where you have a wealth of riches in one area and just holes, and you're trying to figure out, well, why can't we score points still? Or why can't we stop anybody or whatever? It's a whole, it's like being an architect, putting it all together. And they're doing it.
And Jamie made a great point on that. But real quick, Steven, the one thing that's also in common with all four of those guys you mentioned, they have nothing to do with Brian Flores and Chris Greer.
That's true. I got you. But I have PTSD from a lot of those.
Oh, no. Yeah. You're right. I still suffer from little glimpses here and there.
I feel like I'm going to. Oh man, Tevin Jenkins just came off the board.
Wow.
Chicago just traded up with the Carolina Panthers. All these guys I wanted, dude, are coming off the board. I'm losing my mind. All these guys are coming off the board, and I'm losing it. Like this offensive line is something that I wanted to address to a T in this draft. And I'd be lying if I told you I'm not freaking out.
So Steven, do you realize one thing that'll help you breathe a little bit better? Do you know that just by them drafting those guys last year, time itself will make the offensive line better?
Exactly.
Right? The Austin Jackson, the Solomon Kinleys of the world, you guys haven't seen what they are yet. Those guys are now adding NFL bodies, NFL weight.
Yeah, but you can't be mad with depth. It's always good to have depth.
Yeah, but you're going to draft depth in the first or second round?
All right, time out. What is the number one thing I feel like people we're mad at Ryan Tannehill about, right? That he got sacked a lot, and that if he had an offensive line, he could have done something in Miami.
And the Dolphins have addressed the line. That's the argument that we're trying to tell you. They have abandoned and not done anything. How many high picks were on the offensive line last year? How many starters were rookies last year? And rookie starters of the offensive line is something that usually doesn't happen. And those guys held their own as rookies. A year later, with health, with more conditioning, with adding weight, staying in the same scheme, that continuity, offensive linemen get better by that just alone.
So you mean to tell me that Flores and Greer liked the safety that we got from Oregon more than they liked Tevin Jenkins or Landon Dickerson? Or
Let me respond. Please let me respond to that. Listen, listen. What position does Tevin Jenkins play?
Tackle.
So for them, we just invested in Austin Jackson, who we believe we saw enough for him to develop, even take that net. Because let me say this, Stephen, are you a Tua believer? Do you believe in Tua?
I do believe in Tua.
So let's put our Tua cap on. Let's apply what y'all apply to Tua to Austin Jackson. And so should we have drafted another quarterback? Let's apply what we applied with Tua with Robert Hunter at the right tackle. Let's apply what we applied with Tua with Solomon Kinley. Can we please do that, Dolphin fans? And then we wouldn't be worried about. We literally just drafted these guys last year. Let them digress this year before we start talking like that.
So I will admit it's the PTSD. I'm hurt. Hold up. We're at that camera.
Hey! Defense win championships, baby. We going to the Super Bowl. I don't care who we pick up, and they put that jersey on. We represent, baby. DWA, let's go.
Hey, Solo, what's the record? What's the record,
Solo? What's up? The record?
What's the record?
17 and 0, we don't count no losses. Y'all know how to get out. Shout out to the homie from Oregon. Welcome to the game. It's going down. Defense win championship.
20-0, baby. 20-0. We got to go further.
You're right, because we got to go to playoffs.
Super Bowl. Hey, but no, man, we got to apply that same principle, man. Listen, these guys are young. They showed enough last year to where we believe they could take even a further step. I mean, look, we talking right tackle. Everybody like, oh, they need to kick Hunt inside. Again, at the second half of the year, Hunt was rated the fifth best right tackle in the NFL.
On top of that, TD, while you're preaching, I'm mad at the fact that they're saying look at depth, right? What did we do in free agency? What was the most active position in free agency when you want to talk about depth?
O-line. Come
right?
on, man.
So it's not like they're ignoring it, right? So it's funny. Fans are actually asking them to do exactly what they're doing. So as a fan, you should actually be happy. You're like, well, I can't believe it. Like, I want them to fix it. They're looking at these things and they're doing it the right way. It might not always be the sexy move, right? And I know that gets you, but the funny thing about it is the moves the Dolphins are making, they're also kind of sexy. So it's crazy. Like, they're doing nice and sweet moves, and they're also doing smart moves, right?
Yep.
So
Brian G says Holland was the best safety in the draft. All right, hey, guys, real quick. I got a surprise for you. And it's mainly for TD.
Mainly for TD. PHINS TALK!
Hi, everybody.
Oh, Lord. Number 1, 2 in the year.
Yes.
Right now, Sandy, I saw you in the comments. Number one, welcome. I'm excited that you're with us. You're going to hang out tonight, talk a little bit of draft. Number two, we've all been saying some crazy stuff and blasphemous, words. Talk to us, Sandy. Talk to us.
About what specifically? Because I was trying to run and get set up in a quick way. My dad's downstairs waiting for me to come join him back down there with the draft and everything. So I've been 0 dark 30 for the last 10 minutes. So you gotta talk to me about what specifically.
Well, number one, did you see who we drafted? Holland, the safety from Oregon.
Oh, Miami traded up, y'all. Miami traded up to 42.
Whoa.
42?
Whoa.
42?
Wow. Uh-oh.
It's woo.
Wow.
Hey,
Yeah.
our guy, Mr. Ballgame wants to talk to you. He said, drop the link. I don't know how it's going tonight, but
the way that it's set up, it won't work because I'm actually on 2 streams. He would only be on 1, so it'll be kind of weird.
Got you.
That's why I'm doubled out on the screen. So once we wrap this up, I definitely want to bring him in.
Miami traded up to 42.
Man, now this
So
may
we
be
got Holland.
Yeah, we sure did.
yes.
And
Yo,
and this is the blasphemy, right? I love the pick. I think TD loves the pick. I don't know. The fans love the pick, and Steven is speaking for the voice of the fans and saying, "Hey, you know, offensive line. There's other things we could have done." So tell me what you feel about that pick.
Flores is getting his defense together.
Oh,
Flores is slowly ushering out some guys that we love and all that, but he wants who he wants. He knows he's going to come in fit, be young, and healthy. And hey, what else can we ask for? So far, his plan for our defense has looked very well. It's been working. We're going to negate that Bills game and the monstrosity that was, but he has a plan. And like I said, I'm going to follow it. He does not want to put too much onto it. If it comes down to scoring, 12 points a game, then okay. Defense, you can only give up 10 and probably not even that. So, hey, let's go. I'm excited.
Do we know what we gave up?
And when I gave my analysis on this pick earlier, something I didn't mention, but it was another reason why I said Holland would be the pick. I mentioned this to you guys in our pregame show. Minkah Fitzpatrick, the Dolphins wanted him to be a Dolphin. Mm-hmm. Greer wanted him. Flores wanted him. Right. The problem was he didn't want it. Right. And they showed you the type of guy they wanted in this defense. They weren't going to settle and just throw any safety in there. They were going to go find another guy that they could make and say, hey, you know what? Sometimes you put your hand on the ground. Sometimes you're going to back up. Sometimes you got to go play man cover. Sometimes we're going to blitz you. This guy fits that. That's why I like this guy. I looked at it and said, hey, this guy fits what the Dolphins do. Didn't know he would go this pick, but I love the pick for that reason.
Listen, I need y'all to do me a favor, though. I need y'all to get in contact with y'all contacts so I can get this Bobby McCain jersey signed before he gets took out.
But maybe he still has one more year though in this kid, unless this kid blows him out in camp. See, this is the goal. If the kid kills it in camp, then they let Bobby go, just like they did with Kenny Stills and Laramie during camp. The Lions.
Richie Grant. Oh no,
Levi Enrique, man, they got the defensive tackle. They're going up the middle too. So that's what they're doing. They're bringing in guys who could sit behind guys for 1 year, or if they just blossom into this beautiful flower in camp, they can move on even sooner.
All right. Well, Miami's pick is already in.
They know who they want.
Right into the podium, man. They know who they want.
Knew who they wanted, and this is the first aggressive move I've seen in a long time by Miami.
Do we know what we gave up? Do we know what we gave up?
No, it hasn't come out yet.
I was trying. Yeah. So the other thing too, right? So we talked about a running back. Remember they coached the Senior Bowl. One thing I was afraid of because I wasn't excited about the pick. I was all in on Najee. Michael Carter did well in the Reese's Senior Bowl, right? And that's somebody they got to coach, talk to, see up front. What if that's their guy at running back where we keep panicking and saying, hey, they didn't get anybody we thought? That's a possibility.
Do you think they're going to draft a guy?
All right, I think I got it. I think I got the trade details.
Okay,
so give up pick number 50 and a third rounder in 2022. Is that third rounder that we picked up in the trade?
Who cares? We didn't have to give up. Great.
And it is believed that they are going to get Notre Dame's offensive tackle guard Liam Eschenberg.
Hey, who called that? Who called that?
Hey, it ain't happened. It ain't happened. It ain't happened yet, Steven. It ain't happened yet, man.
Don't let us pick that guy. I swear don't let us pick that guy.
The one thing I can tell you about Eschenberg, he is legit at both positions.
He's great. And if we get him, I ain't going to say nothing.
I ain't gonna lie. That'll be real legit.
I ain't going to say nothing.
The Miami Dolphins will be on fire if they do that, man.
A real fresh Tua jersey on the stage.
And he clapping. He saw the pick.
Shout it out.
One more time, Chef Shu said, what did we give up for 42?
Here we go. Liam Eschenberg got him. They got him.
They got him. Oh, dang!
Wow.
Guys.
We had a plan and we executing it. We taking what we want.
Yeah.
Listen, and now everybody can relax about tooth protection, I guess, right?
It ain't no excuse now. This O-line is set at this point. I mean, you just need a center of the future, and maybe that's one of your highest picks next year.
Goodness, this guy is 6'6". He's 306
he's a monster.
pounds. All right, he's from Notre Dame. He's a senior. I mean, this guy's legit. Like, this guy's legit. He automatically makes our offensive line that much better.
Oh my God.
He plays inside and outside.
Our front office is probably doing something right in life.
We're not used to it. What is this?
Wow.
But I would say over the past couple of years, right? This regime, I trust them so far, man.
No, listen, man, we're doing this the right way, bro. See, these guys are your future. Look at these four guys: Jalen Waddle, Jalen Phillips, Javon Holland, Liam Eschenberg. These guys are your future. And let me tell you what's funny about it. When we were making that point earlier, Jamie, when we were making that point earlier, here's the funny thing. Say they didn't get Hollins, right? And then next year, when the safety is gone and we have nobody, it's like, we need to go get a safety.
Build in the trenches. Protect the investment. Protect your quarterback. Build the trenches, baby. That's how you win. 20-0.
Wait, Steven is in Miami right now?
I'm in Miami. I am in Miami.
No clue. I had no idea. Like, it didn't hit me.
You know what? I want to yell at you because that means you have been following Miami sports music on social media all week.
I have not been following anything.
We were at the draft party in Miami at Hard Rock last night. And then today we were on Onside Radio for an hour on Alex Dunno's show. And then tomorrow morning, we're going to be streaming again on here for the Beach Bash over on the other side of the state with Allie, Freaky, who we have a big announcement tonight when she gets up here, a major announcement. So pretty excited about that.
I have already reached out to her and congratulated her. I'm really excited for her and all that. So shout out to Dolph Freaky. I'm not going to, blow the announcement, but shout out to her. You guys are going to be very excited what she has coming through for you guys.
Yeah, I asked Jamie to come, but he wanted to stay in Maryland.
Listen, can I tell you something? When I told my dad that a Larry Little autograph jersey was on the market, like up for raffle, he just looked at me and I was like, oh my gosh, if I was not moving, I was going to drop some serious buckets on that.
Hey, TJ, you won't tell Allie that. You won't tell Allie that, TJ. I know that.
Why
Allie, she gonna lay the smack down on you, TJ. All right, look, I am so stoked, dude. Like I love. Oh my God.
And we have 81.
So, let me start again. Let's go back to the beginning. Let's go back to yesterday. Are you happy with Waddle over Devontae Smith? Let's start there.
Absolutely. He was the better prospect for me anyway.
Yeah.
And what I like about the move is I like the versatility, right? I heard some people call him a slot. People ask if he's going to play outside, he's going to play inside. You got to listen to the words of the team, right? When those guys talked in the press conference last night, they were just happy to make this guy be a playmaker. They used the word playmaker 3 or 4 times last night, and they also talked about special teams. What I like about this move is a lot of times wide receivers in the NFL and come in the NFL draft in the first round, they don't blow you away. Like look at last year, right? Those guys are going to be good, but all those guys that went in the first round last year didn't really knock your socks off. And that's because it's a little bit of an adjustment coming into the NFL speed, these defenses and things like that. And they'll succeed. But our guy's going to find ways. They're going to find ways to have him on the field where, he might not be the top 3 wide receiver in the league, but he's going to make substantial plays that win games for us next year in 2 phases or maybe 3 phases, punt, kick return, and on offense. This is going to be crazy.
Who's the odd man out on the wide receivers?
Jakeem Grant. We got 2 punt returners just now. Waddle.
Go ahead, T.
Waddle and Hollins both return punts. That's one of their specialties as well. Jakeem Grant, he's going to be out of here.
Yeah, I agree with that. The only thing I don't know is, do they hold on to Grant for 1 year just because?
If they do that, then Albert Wilson's gone.
Or you have Alan Hearns too.
Well, Hearns' contract is like a waste of money to let him go. You're paying him more dead cap than what he's owed.
Yeah, but I wonder if it's a trade. It's a tough. That is a tough one, right? So,
all right. So let's look. Devontae Parker 1, right? Everybody's good there. Jalen Waddle 2, right? Everybody's good there.
Will Fuller 2, but yeah.
I put Will Fuller in the slot. That's just me. So that's why I have him at 3.
Really?
Okay. Personally, that's just me, right? So I put fine. Will Fuller 2, Waddle 3. Make TD happy. Number four.
Preston Williams. The salary warrants it. This is his last chance to be a good solid backup.
Any argument there from Jamie or Finsanity?
No, I'm waiting until you get to the controversial guys because you have.
Okay, so 5. Who's 5, TD?
Number 5. At this particular moment, I'm going with Albert Wilson.
You got it.
I mean, seven. You
can't forget. You can't.
Is Isaiah Ford still on our roster?
You can't forget. You still have Bowden Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got Bowden. You got
and you got my guy from Navy, the quarterback.
Michael Perry.
But we got 14 receivers on this roster right now. No, we do. We literally do. I mean, Kirk Merritt, Perry, all of them. I mean, it's so many. Holland. I mean, it's a lot of guys.
But that's Flores' culture. Competition everywhere. Like if you're gonna play for us, you're gonna beat out some guys. And I love it. Like,
oh, don't forget about the guy that we just got in free agency that gets 20 yards a catch. What's his name? Gosh, I don't know why my mind going Coleman or something.
Oh, the guy from Detroit.
Yeah. What's his name? I'm tripping. See, I'm having a hard time with these names.
The guy originally from Alabama. That guy.
Hold on, I'll look it up.
Hey, while you're doing that,
no, the comment section will tell us. Foster.
Oh yeah, okay.
And I believe he's gonna make this roster. I mean, he's talented. I mean, the guy averaged 20 yards a catch. He's not gonna be a number 1, number 2, and number 3, but he's gonna come off that bench. That's the thing. I think they're ready to move on from Jakeem Grant and possibly Albert Wilson.
Yeah.
Albert Wilson is the last year of his contract anyway. Here's the deal with Albert Wilson. He would have been done as a Dolphin anyway. He just held out, so his contract moved over to this year.
But he had that injury thing too, right? We don't know how healthy he was coming in. He might have been a rip, you know.
But he opted out of the season for COVID. But that was supposed to be his last contractual season.
Yeah.
All right, look, if you guys have a question, put it in the comment box of YouTube or Facebook. The first question I have is from Moat. What are we going to do about running back?
Le'Veon Bell. And they're just gonna probably do a 1 year.
Face did not like that answer.
No, they might just do a 2-year deal, 1 year guaranteed, and then get their guy in the draft next year high up.
So what I was saying before that trade came in, like I said, they could still go get their guy that they had an approval without having to use a high pick, right? He's still one of the top. And some people's boards, that other running back from North Carolina, Carter, he's in the top 5 and the top 10, and he doesn't have to be a day 1, day 2 pick potentially, right? And they know him. They could do that. Am I excited about that? No. But if they do it, I trust them. They've seen the guy. They've worked with the guy. Other than that, though, I feel that is a stronger possibility that they phone it in again this year again. They didn't get the guys. The guys that they wanted were too pricey. It was too much to give up. Like, could they have passed on Jalen Phillips? No way, right? There's no way they could have passed on him. They couldn't even – because let's just say they traded back to pick up an extra pick to go get a running back. There was no guarantee to be on the board. He wasn't expected to be there then, right? I'm not going to go – I already told you how I felt about the safety in this round. They don't know what would have happened there. So the running backs just were too costly. I think they either go for one a little bit later that's not going to be as exciting, or they just let the draft go by and we deal with that another time. What do you guys think?
Well, first off, TD, is the Le'Veon just something you want, or
No,
that
I
like
don't want. I don't care for Le'Veon at
because
all. I don't care for him.
I'm not trying to be out here looking like the desperate boyfriend that always keeps standing outside the the window trying to beg for the girl to come. Le'Veon then said he didn't want to. He doesn't want us. He wants to go. He doesn't see us as a competitor. Now we may see ourselves as a competitor in the AFC, but he does not view us like that. He said he didn't care about the snap count and all that. What Le'Veon wants to do right now with his career is win a Super Bowl, and
Well,
unless he had an enlightenment period, I don't think he even takes us like seriously like that, even though we take ourselves seriously. There's still so many guys on the board. We still have Gaskins and Ahmed. We brought in Malcolm Brown. I don't know what the method to their madness is when it comes to the running back thing. Since they're coming from the Patriots thing, it might be running back by committee, and they might be, I don't know how they're set with what we got right now, but in their mind, they might think it's workable and doable. But hopefully, I'm praying that we get someone younger because I want younger legs. I mean, Gaskins isn't that old, and neither is Ahmed, but there's a lot of talent still left out here on the board. So it just comes down to their evaluation of these guys.
Yeah, and can I say this to that? It's not just that I want younger legs, right? I love Gaskin, I love Ahmed, but the thing that I want that we don't have, I said this time and time again, as explosive and dynamic and how those guys came through for us. When we lined up on offense, no team fared us running the ball up the gut on them. And that takes away from your offense if you have nobody respecting your running game. Now, it helped us in some cases. If you go back and look at the Oakland game, that burnt them in a couple of cases by them not respecting it. They should have been lined up there, but that's not a consistent way to have a running game. You need that guy where you just know that I'm going to impose my will on you right now. I'm going to give you this ball. There's nothing you can do about it. And you know what that does? That sets up your play action. If we don't have somebody respecting our run game to that point, I don't care how much you put around Tua, he's still going to have a very single dimension game where you're saying, hey, I'm relying on these wide receivers to get their breaks and beat you and running on that scheme. You can't get creative and deceptive with your offense.
Hey, real quick, Jacksonville's having a hell of a draft. They just drafted the tackle from Stanford, Walker Little. I would be willing to say Jacksonville's having one of the best drafts of all the NFL teams. Any argument there from anybody?
Well, yeah, I mean they have the best picks, in the draft, so they should be having. I feel like
they're making that doesn't mean anything. You know that better than
well. Put it like this: take Trevor Lawrence off of the front, then you start grading it, and it comes down to earth a little bit. But everybody knew he was going to be picked. I mean, it's still great picks. They're having a good night.
I mean, they got editing. I think they've made some decent picks.
Yeah. I mean, I like what they're doing. We got to play them, so we're gonna see what they put together.
So besides us, who do you think's having the best draft right now?
The best
besides us in Jacksonville?
Yeah. Thank you, Finsanity. By the way, you're I'm behind the scenes doing a lot of stuff. And so I came off, but I could hear. And your line about the boyfriend, what did you say? The boyfriend.
We like even us like Clowney. Like, why are we still looking at Clowney? Like, oh, the Dolphins are tied with Clowney. The Dolphins. No, like, come on, man. Like, we can only take rejection, but so far, because the thing about it is like us as Dolphin fans, when we hear news, we get excited because we haven't had too much to be excited about in the years before. So it's kind of like now I'm just like, no. If you wasn't with us through the struggle, no.
You wasn't with me shooting in the gym?
There you go.
Yeah, I ain't about Clowney. But listen, two things. First, I think Dallas is having a good draft. They lost out on their corner, but then they doubled back and got Parsons. That was a great salvageable pick, especially for their run game. That division runs the ball. They're going to need that. And on top of it, Sean Lee just retired, so great pickup. And then they just got a stud at the cornerback position. They showing the highlights how he was intercepting the ball on Devontae Smith. That's why we got Waddle, by the way. But anywho, but yeah, man, Smith just ain't physical. But but one thing I'll say about the Le'Veon Bell thing earlier, again, Le'Veon Bell, bringing him in would not be for the future. It would just be having another back who can potentially, give you a few reps here and there and help out. until we get our official guy. And another thing about the Le'Veon didn't choose us. Le'Veon came out and actually on record spoke out about his decision. He said it was a hard decision. You know, he thought about Miami, but right now he wanted an opportunity to win. But people forget we kind of almost had a losing record at the time. You know, and we've adjusted that. We've gotten better. He saw what we did on defense. He saw what we did with the offense this offseason and in the draft. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard. It wouldn't be that hard.
Trying to make it sound good.
No, I don't care. What I'm saying is you got to bring in someone. And if we don't find that guy in this draft, they want Le'Veon regardless. He was a guy that they pursued 2 different occasions.
Who else is out there? There's nobody else out there. I mean,
no, there's guys in his draft. There are guys in his draft.
There's a diamond in the rough.
There are guys in his draft that they actually like. I mean, I forgot what the kid's name is from Oklahoma that they coached in the Senior Bowl. They really liked him.
Oh, they did do like it.
At the running back position.
And I wonder if that
we were talking about that earlier.
And you could probably get him in the 3rd round, or you could possibly get him in the 3rd round. They like him. The thing is, he's not a speedster. He's just a power guy, you know. So I don't know. I mean, there's options.
You know, two things. I want to say this statement about the Dolphins and then kind of say something about the draft. Number one, the one guy that is still out there that I would love for the Dolphins to consider, and I don't know how you guys feel about this, but Pat Fairmouth, tight end out of Penn State. I like him so much. And I think having 2 tight ends from Penn State, Gesicki and Fairmouth, I mean, I just feel like that would be amazing, number one. And so I want to get your guys' thoughts on that. But the other thing, and this is not Dolphins related per se, but we all talked internally about the draft. And one of the things that I was very surprised about was 2 things. J.C. Horn was picked before Surtain. And the other thing is Micah Parsons didn't even make it out of, or didn't get in the top 10. And those 2 things were very, I scratched my head. What did J.C. Horn have that Surtain didn't? And why was Parsons out of the top 10? I didn't really understand those 2 things.
J.C. Horn, I was watching that. When he did his pro days, he started to kill it, man. His pro days were phenomenal. And that put his stock up there, because when you look at those 2 guys, you know, some people had Surtain higher, some people had Horn higher, but it was you know, you pick 1A, 1B. But that pro day performance, out of this world. You know, it's hard to pass on a guy when he performs like that.
I got to be honest with you. After pro day, I had J.C. Horn at the top first. I actually, in one of my mocks, I said that if Miami did trade down to 9, that they may actually be the target if Parsons wasn't on the board. I mean, he's a really good talent. There was also rumblings that that Miami loved him as well. He just, excuse me, wasn't the guy over Phillips at 18, especially with them not even thinking Phillips would be there at 18. But yeah, wait, well, he had asked one more question. What was it?
It was Fairmouth.
The tight end.
Yeah, from Penn State. Solo is watching. He says, if you go tight end, you got to go Brevin Jordan. I'm biased.
Yeah, I'm very.
I wouldn't mind Brevin.
But I love, dude, I think Fairmouth is the second best tight end in this draft.
Yeah.
Number one. He's still on the board, right? And we were all excited about, you know, hey, what could we have with Kyle Pitts and Gesicki? I still think we could have the same thing with Fairmouth and Gesicki and still have Waddle. Mm-hmm. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. Nice pick. Lee? Man, hey, just let Russell wear his emotion, man. Listen, we're gonna talk Russell off the ledge tonight.
But he is a tour guy, so I'll give him, but he's a good guy. I think he's just frustrated with how we're picking right now. Maybe he's seeing like other names on the board that he would potentially want instead of the guys that we've selected. But there's always a method to Russell's madness in a way. But I don't think Greer's an idiot. Like, I don't agree with him on that.
Russell, when we get that Super Bowl, man, you'll understand it all. That's what it's about.
Hopefully that's in the next few years. Down the next
this year.
Man,
yeah.
How could you be a part of Miami sports music and you're talking about next few years, man?
Because let's talk about that. Because Solo gets on me about that too. All right. I have PTSD. You all do. I'm so scared to say it because I've said it. I remember being in middle school in North Carolina, being the only Dolphins fan, talking about we're gonna win the Super Bowl this year. We're gonna win the Super Bowl this year. And I was pretty much teased about that my entire life. All right. So I'm very hesitant to say that we're going this year.
Steven, I gotta call you out now, man, because in today's society, everybody wants to talk about mental health and what the issue is, but I have to hold you accountable. What type of help are you seeking for that PTSD?
I hope Solo's not listening. I swear.
What type of help are you seeking so that you can become a better Dolphin fan and get rid of it? See, everybody want to sit around and talk about it.
And I'm a Dolphins fan. I've been a Dolphins fan my whole life. Oh my gosh, yeah. We definitely need a recovery group as Dolphin fans.
Listen, every time we lose a game, we have a post-game stream.
Yeah.
And people come bring their co-pays and I start counseling, man.
Do you take insurance?
Do you take insurance?
Oh my goodness.
Yes, man.
Listen, being especially being a female, especially like your opinion most of the time is never validated, especially like when men hear it. So when I would say Dolphins are winning Super Bowls, they would look at me like I was crazy. But like I said it with every conviction inside of me. Like I don't think I've ever gone a year without saying we're going to make the playoffs.
Mommy wants you.
So what's worse, Finsanity? Them not taking you seriously or being me and them laughing at you and thinking you're a joke? I mean, there's two different ones. You're being real quiet. You're being real quiet, Finsanity. I'm just saying.
I would say mine, but like I've learned how to use that to my advantage. And TD knows what I'm talking about because I'll tell people to put your money where your mouth is first. If like you really gonna talk to me as a man, and there's still people who like still owe me receipts, but I ain't gonna call them out. But if you have PTSD, truly, I would say yours is worse because to me, I take it with stride. I love this team so much, and each year, I take some time away from football. I relax. I let go of all the anger and aggression that I've built up throughout the season, and then I come back with the next season with a positive attitude and ready for my team to win.
I don't smoke, but I swear everybody tells me as being a Dolphins fan my whole life that I should because it would mellow me out.
No.
Well, I don't smoke, and they tell me I be high on every show. So
you be shaking a cup, and they just don't know what's in the cup, so they just assume
H2O.
He said orange juice, son, juicy juice.
H2O.
Oh man, then you were talking about your twisted teas and stuff. So I mean, you kind of put yourself in that, TD.
The other guard from Notre Dame came off the board, Aaron Banks.
And now when he starts talking about trading X, that's when he put himself in there. That's when I tell him he's high.
All right, so look, since we're all here, I will call myself out. So we did an NFL draft mock draft show, and we did 3 hours.
Did we?
And I forgot to hit record. Okay, I'm just saying.
It was electric too. We were going at it for 3 hours. Me, Steven, Jamie, Doug, Solo came through a little. Who else? Huh?
Wade
was there.
Man, we were going at it for 3 hours straight, recording this stream, and I was dropping all these gems, and Steven didn't record it. And that was the same stream that I said Phillips going at 18, and all of them like TD's delusional. I said, don't worry, Jamie, you'll see.
It was just
I'll admit it. I'll go on record since it isn't recorded, since there's no proof of this anyway. It's like Will Chamberlain scoring 100 points.
There's a photo with him holding 100. That's all that there is.
And that's the same how I feel about TD and his pick about Jalen Phillips. There's a photo.
Hey, you were there. You know it to be true.
I'll go on record. I'll out it, right? I'll say this. You put it on paper. You called it. I'll say this. We all like the pick. I just was thinking that,
the stadium was going crazy.
Yeah, considering he balled out last year, but the concussion thing, how much did that worry the Dolphins? I was saying in the first round, do you take a risk on somebody that they might not play for you after this? What if they get one concussion? So that was my only concern. I'm excited about that pick, though. So good call.
Jamie, you brought up a very interesting point, and I'd like to get TD's take on this too. There have been a lot of players recently over the last few years, first-round picks, like high draft picks, that will either retire after the season, their first season, or retire after their rookie contract. And is that something GMs are looking at now? And is there warning signs? Is there something is there something that GMs can say, you know what, this person is more likely to retire? What do we think about that? What do we say? That's got to be something that comes up in meetings.
Well, there's two things. There's two things to that. And there's two reasons that could be happening. One is injury concerns. The more they learn about the sport and the impact that it's had historically, it is a violent, dangerous sport, and there's a lot of people in older age starting to show signs of things that no player wants to experience when they should be relaxing and living out the rest of their lives. That's one reason. But then when you have guys who don't play as physical of positions taking that leave, I think that's having a lot to do with education. The more educated financially that some of these guys get, they get their money in the first 4 years and make as much as they can. And then they go and make business moves and do other ventures because they don't need the game of football anymore to change their life.
Do you think that players don't like the game? Is there a lot of players that probably don't like football, TD?
It's not that they don't like the game, but they've been playing it ever since a 3 or 4 year old, It's been, think about it. If you say you want to do a 20-year career doing something and you've been playing football since you were 4 years old, these guys coming off their rookie deals, they've worked an entire career. It's just that they didn't get paid for 16 years out of the 20. And you can look at it that way, actually, but that's why GMs, they have to look at it. They have to find people who love football. They have to find guys who are chasing the Hall of Fame. These are things discussed in those meetings, so it's a slippery slope these days. But if you do what we do, like the Patriots, and have the backup in the third year, you draft the backup, you never got to worry about that threat.
And let me add to that too, right? So, Stephen, you asked, is that something they're talking about in the back rooms of the GM's concerned about? The game's changing from a mentality standpoint and how they run the game, right? Smart teams. The Dolphins are concerned about that, and there's a reason for it. Listen, these guys, if they play their rookie contracts and that's all we get from them, if they only get 5 years in, they're looking at it in that cyclical type of a notion, right? If these guys develop, they have to be superstars. They have to be somebody you're going to build around before you say, I'll give you that big dollar contract. If they don't make it to that and give you something in the meantime, that's okay. So when they look at somebody who says, hey, this guy's having concussion issues or whatever the case is, he had a clean bill of health last year. He blew up last year. So they're going to take the risk. They're going to say, okay, cool. Maybe we only get 5 years out of him, but that's fine if that happens. Maybe we get more.
See, but let me interrupt. By that thinking, you're not allowing players to get better. Like, you're basically saying, you get up here, you mess up, or you suck in the beginning, we're not giving you a second chance.
And when you build into the draft the way they are and you have these bevy of draft picks, you have that luxury, right? That's what I was talking about earlier in the show when I said, so what I love about this version of the Miami Dolphins, why it works, the Miami Dolphins have made mistakes. Let me say that again. As good as they are and as well as they're building this team and all the pieces that hit on it, they've made some mistakes. We know that. But the good news is every time they make a mistake now, it doesn't hurt so much because they fix the mistake so quickly that before we have a chance to really dwell on it or burn on it, it's gone. It's out of here. We don't have to deal with it or care about it anymore. They really fixed it. And that's kind of the mentality by using these draft picks, bringing in these players. If one of these guys doesn't fit, then they move on. They draft the next guy or they pull it in free agency. And if the free agent doesn't fit, they move them out. And I like that flexibility in building a team.
Insanity, your thoughts on that?
I like everything that Jamie just said. And also, they bring in a lot of guys, like just miscellaneous guys who just want a chance, who would give anything to play in the NFL. Every year we hear about all these future contracts that they're giving out to these guys and guys all these undrafted guys that they bring in just to give them a tryout. So you're going to find somebody who's hungry, somebody who wants to play. And as you guys see, the way that we have, started structuring our contracts, even when we bring in free agents, if we need to move off of a guy because he's not performing up to what we think they should be or what we're paying them, we can move off of them. We can trade them. We can make the money work because we cleared our books and all that. So the fact that we're doing it right from the business aspect and the competitive aspect,
time to go to bed.
No worries about it. They like high character guys anyway. They interview these guys. They really get to know who they're bringing in this franchise before they even give them a contract to write their name on the dotted line.
That's you exactly, Finsanity. They want to find a diamond in the rough.
And Finsanity, you nailed it when you talk about bringing in guys just to see if they stick, right? Preston Williams has a chance to be a star. They gave him a chance when they took that risk, and now that's a guy like he's coming down to the end of the contract. But look what they did. Look at how many wide receivers are sitting on this roster. He still has a chance, but that chance is starting to shrink, right? And we talk so Stephen was concerned about injuries and whatever. If Preston Williams doesn't stay healthy this year again and can't pull through, the Dolphins, we won't remember it was a mistake because they already backloaded with all these great receivers. And by the time as one of those guys comes in and steps in, we won't even remember the Preston Williams situation. And on the flip side, let me go on the positive end of it. Let's just say Preston Williams blows up this year. That was a guy that fell to us, that they went and took a risk on, and now we have a number 2 or number 3 wide receiver. That's crazy. So that's the double.
Yeah, but look at Devontae Parker. There were plenty of teams and there were plenty of fans that said we should give up on Devontae. We should give up on Parker. And we didn't. We stuck with them, and I think it's worked out, personally.
Parker's still on notice, by the way, just so you know, the way they're running this team, he's still on notice. It worked out for that contract. Now he's fighting again for another one, and that's the way the Dolphins want it.
Listen, I keep preaching to everyone, please pay attention to the Flores and Greer guys and the non-Flores and Greer guys. Xavier Howard is not in the 3+ year future for this team. Devontae Parker is not in the 3+ year future of this team. Jerome Baker is not in the 3+ year future of this team. I mean, Mike Gesicki, that's questionable. I want to ask y'all this. Out of all of those players, well, the younger ones, because remember, X is on the higher side from an age standpoint, and Devontae Parker too. And so they're not those guys. You cannot expect them to be here 3 years down the road from now, okay? But out of Gesicki, Baker, and any of Bobby McCain, all those middle of the road guys that aren't Greer and Flores guys, who's the most valuable? And I would argue with you that is Mike Gesicki. He's the only one that potentially has a chance to be long-term, but the rest of these guys are replaceable and move on from.
I think tight ends in the NFL are not a dime a dozen, right? They come at it's very tough to find. Let's go back and look at the last 20 years. The same tight ends consistently make the Pro Bowl, right? You know, Tony Gonzalez, Rob Gronkowski, my boy in Kansas City. Yeah, you know, and you know, Antonio Gates. Like it's consistently these same guys year in and year out. There's maybe 3 or 4 great tight ends, and then there's no in between. It just drops. It falls off. Well, so I would agree with that standpoint that that Gesicki's probably the most valued player on our team right now.
Let me agree, but let me qualify that, right? I wouldn't say it just drops, right? There's 2 types of tight ends, 2 types of great tight ends, right? You have the tight ends that you just classified who are, I don't know if you want to call them hybrid. They're weapons, right? Those are guys that could line up in your line and give you blocking and go out there and still be great red zone threats or another piece of your offense, right? Those guys are hard to find because usually when you get guys that big, think about it. Like TD mentioned, these guys are playing from when they're kids. Some of these guys are big from when they were kids, right? So some of these guys playing when you're that big, you play a certain position, so you don't get a chance to have good hands and do all those things. So when you have these freaks of nature that can do it all, that's great. So that's one part of it. But then you also have the other type that we don't give all the glamour and fame to that end up with pretty long careers, 10, 15 years. They don't make it to the Pro Bowl because they're not lighting up fantasy stats, but they're coming in there and lining up and being solid tight ends too. So you have that. So why I bring that up is, yes, I agree. Gesicki is very valuable because he's on that other spectrum. He is a valuable weapon as a tight end spot. But even though he's being valuable, I want you guys to notice something. Gesicki has never been the number 1 on the depth chart since he's been a Miami Dolphin. That tells you something too. Think about that. That tells you how much what they think of him too, to TD's point of whose guy is he. He's never been the number 1 tight end on the depth chart. Go check it out.
You're right. That's something I always looked at it as a formality, but it makes sense because I don't think Gesicki has the highest probability, but that's why I'm telling you all the Greer and Flores guys, they're not just absolutely guaranteed on this team like that. And yeah, there are best players right now because it's what we know right now. But we do need to address the tight end position. I believe they do need to bring in a young talent for the future and see if you can work them out at the position.
Insanity, your thoughts on who the most valuable player probably is, like importance?
Importance?
Yeah.
Like Flores or non-Flores guy? Like, what are we doing? I
mean, TD, this was your question.
What was that? I'm sorry.
So now I'll help. So Insanity, what
like so from the non-Flores guys, like who's most likely to stay on our roster?
Yeah, who's the most valuable to Miami out of the non-Flores guys, the young ones that we're trying to build around, or that are part of this build right now? Let's put it that way.
I would say it's going to be dependent on what he does this year, but I would look at like a guy like Jerome Baker, because we have not yet addressed the linebacker position yet in the draft. So if he's able to take the necessary steps forward and, keep growing, because we've seen his growth continually every year, Baker might be that guy. I'm just saying, because he's still young. He's not too old, and he's very coachable.
Yeah, I have Baker as most likely to get a renegotiated contract. First one to get a renegotiated contract out of the bunch. That's my thought. I think that we might let the clock run on Gesicki unless he's blowing it up this year. But Baker may get renegotiated to help out with the cap hit too. So I see that from that standpoint. And just look at his usage, right? The guy was one of the most heavily used guys on the defense last season and the season prior. So it tells you that they like what he brings. And it's hard when you use a guy that much and he is effective, right? It isn't like they're just using him and he's not racking up stats or making plays for you. Use a guy that much, it's hard to replace. So that's the other thing that I think makes him valuable too. Agreed?
Yeah, oh yeah, listen. Agreed. Agreed. And my thing is like this. That's why I said the fact that we just have not addressed the linebacker position yet. I love what how Van Ginkel has truly developed. That's Mr. Ballgame's guy. I always have to give credit where the credit is due because I did not see that coming from Andrew. But from the standpoint of someone directing and leading your defense, yeah, especially like when Eric Rowe and Bobby McCain are going to be out, you're talking about X possibly leaving, you're going to need a voice in the middle.
Thank you.
That's what I'm going with.
Thank you for bringing up AVG because I want to teach a lesson today. This is what we were talking about for all those fans like Stephen E that want to jump off a building, that want to say, I don't know what the Dolphins are doing, and why are they, not picking these players, or why did they keep this guy, why did they invest in this guy? And that's what I was trying to point out, the free agency versus the draft strategy, who they get versus who they don't get, right? Kyle Van Noy was he was the second highest free agent that the Dolphins went and targeted. So he was one of the top guys in free agency last year. He was brought in because the Dolphins wanted to fill that spot, had a need. They wanted a player to play that type of a way. They found their guy in the draft. They said, okay, cool. AVG is here. Let's see how this goes or whatever. Building his way up for the team. And when they realized when he was on the field, like, yep, he's doing exactly what we want out of this spot. I don't need to pay a guy $15 million a year anymore because I got my guy that I'm building that's on a lower contract that's going to build my culture. And you know what? In a few years from now, maybe I draft a replacement for him. Like, he's my guy right now. Van Noy, I don't need you. And that's the process that's happening here that I love. That's the beauty of all of this.
And also what I love is we got some day one starters, man. Waddle is a day one starter. The tackle guard, he's a day one starter as well. That's what people have to. He is going to find a spot on that line, and mark my words, he's going to be starting day one on the field. And we were able to get that. We moved up to get it, but it was a very valuable pick. And a good move. So day one starters. Phillips, the only reason I don't put him as a day one starter because he doesn't have to be. He's a guy who can come in to start out, give you reps as he continues to grow in this defense. And then whenever it's his turn, he's going to take over and be just as good, if not way better, than Agba and or Van Noy was. So that's what they're doing. They're building for the future. And the other pick as safety, again, I don't think that's day one starter unless he like just balls out in camp and they're able to move on from one of the guys that we already have. So
hey, I'm going to interrupt real quick because we have a special guest on the line. Nice. All the way from Cleveland. I got my man Danny live at the draft. Danny, what's up, man?
Danny.
Go ahead. Talk, brother. Tell us. Go ahead.
We're here. We got a little bit till we're on the clock. We have 4 picks. Don't know if I can hear you guys at all, man. But you can hear me, man. Just love this whole experience, man. Just amazing.
Nice.
Hey, can you hear me? What's been the experience there?
It's electric. Show you guys a little bit of what's going on down here with us live. It's here in the Dolphins sector. Hey, guys.
Hey, what's up, Nate?
There you go, guys.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Hands up.
All right, awesome. Awesome.
Nice.
Hey, are you having a good time? You having a good time?
It's a shame to hear anything here.
Hey, look, that's Danny from the Positive Focus.
Hope you're doing okay, gal.
Thanks, man.
Shout out to all y'all, man. Y'all killing it. I've been checking in.
All right. Thanks, bud. Look, man, I love it. It's been oh God, I love that. That's really cool to see that people are there in Cleveland having a good time. And number one, Danny's amazing from TBP. They raised over $50,000 for the Dolphins Cancer Challenge this year.
Nice.
And they do such an amazing job, and I love that. That's really cool. That's really cool. I like that.
Okay, so I got a question for everybody out there. So we've seen what the Dolphins have done so far. And TD, you brought up a good point. This is something I always like to look at too. I say in the first round when you draft players, they should be starters unless it's your quarterback that you're going to develop and have you pick to be the quarterback of the future. But first round, they're starters. They should come in and help your team right away. Or let me not use the word starter. They should get playing time, significant playing time from the first year. Day 2 picks, somewhere in that same realm too, right? So let me say this. What would you guys be upset about if the Dolphins did not address? Like if we came away from this day, if you're thinking, hey, we got to find a starter, what position would you be upset that the Dolphins did not address?
Well, I would have said offensive line about 30 minutes ago. I was about to lose my mind. That's a good question, Jamie. I mean, let me go back to the tight ends just because for me, I'm kind of hung on it. I look at Matt Collins, and I like the guy. He's very eccentric, but is he somebody that if Gesicki went down, could he fill in and be a number 1 tight end? I don't know if he could. And so I would like to see us address the tight end position at the number 2 tight end spot. And with somebody that could be a number 1 if Gesicki went down. And I think that we need to really look at that. To me, that's important.
I think what's important right now, they still need to go get a young center. You still have quality guys, and I know people are concerned about injuries, but listen, I like Alabama center. I mean, I just feel like it's good enough to bring him in in a later round and let him see
Dickerson?
He's taken.
He's already off the board.
Yeah, he's already off the board, right?
No, he's not.
Yeah, he's already off.
Yes,
Did I miss that?
He's going, yeah. So we picked the safety, and then the very next pick was Dickerson.
But I thought he was gonna slide.
Well, you thought wrong, sir, because that man.
As soon as it happened, I was like,
after the safety that we got after Holland.
Never mind what I was saying.
No, but Quinn Morenes, right?
That's who I have my eye on. So for me, right, from this day, the positions that I hope that they address, because I expect to see starters come out of this, right? So I already checked off and get the safety that I wanted. They didn't even just get a safety; they got the guy that I wanted. So that went out the window. I did mention that I wanted them to get a tackle, right? I just didn't pick the right tackle. I was thinking Dickerson also, but they went and got the Notre Dame guy, and you guys love that pick. So I'm excited to see how that goes, right? So now I'm left to a couple of places. I'm starting to get off from thinking if they're going to be a starter or not, but I'm thinking of linebacker because it's an area we still haven't drafted in a while, right? Of any significance or success. So I'm thinking linebacker. I'm still on the guy Quinn as the center. So I'm thinking center. And dare I say it one more time, running back, right? Those are the 3 areas that if one of those 3 aren't touched, then I start to get a little bit of, okay, maybe that's a next year thing. What are we doing with those areas? That's my thought.
Well, I mean, I think the better question should be what's going to put us as a Super Bowl contender? And is that person that could be an X factor still available on the third round and beyond? Is there somebody that's in this draft right now that could make a difference in us being a contender this year?
So I have to be honest with you. I have to answer that differently. So you asked a very powerful question. What would make us a Super Bowl contender? I don't think anything left to do in this draft will specifically do that. I like the strategy that they've already taken. To become a Super Bowl contender, you have to look at what you missed on last year, right? So last year, let's start off with the part that everybody loved, and I also loved. The defense. Defense got a lot of attention. The defense was heralded, and people called it, hey, this defense is amazing. The defense was good. It was respectable. But the defense was also very opportunistic, right? Our defense wasn't, and we proved it in the last game against Buffalo. That's why when we were talking about the picks, I said, I don't know if they win that game against Buffalo then, the game of the season. And the reason for that is if the Dolphins didn't, the key to Dolphins last year was, hey, we got to start off ahead of teams. We got to start off strong. get a lead, and then we could tee off on teams, right? So the first thing we needed to do is not be able to have the tee off for teams where you could just rely on blitzing and that type of a scheme of defense. You need to be able to still have a solid defense that can play without blitzing and still be stout. So what I mean by that is that's why the Jalen Phillips pick is so brilliant.
Yes,
that's why
sir.
will get good playing time, right? Because now you could just line up, you could still do the amoeba, disguise it, make people think that blitz that they so fear so much is coming, and you really just have your guys on the end, one breaks free or whatever the case is. So the defense being more where they don't have to be so exotic, that's one way to get you to being a Super Bowl contender. The second part is the offense was not consistent. We had one game maybe out of two that was amazing where you put it all together. The Arizona game was marvelous, right?
The fourth quarter of the Kansas City game, third and fourth quarter of the Kansas City game was good too.
Yeah, so you saw speckles of what could be. But look at the reason why the offense was pedestrian in some cases there's no secret that our wide receivers were either our wide receivers or our receivers put Gesicki in there were 50-50 guys. Meaning they're not getting separation. They're guys who can try to go up and get it. We didn't have, I keep talking about that ground and pound, that running game, which could allow you to run better routes that can help you get separation because we couldn't do play action fakes as consistently or as good to a point where people would respect it, right? All those different things need to change. So what I think is going to happen, I think the Dolphins addressed it. I think on offense, they did a couple of things, right? Not just the draft, but Fuller coming in, Waddle coming in, is not just the speed for those guys. I want everybody to go and look at the highlights. Look at when these guys beat you. It's not just speed, it's also quickness and crispness in their route running, right? That's what gets the separation. With Tua's accuracy now, and if he gets to see a glimmer of light in between these receivers, that's going to allow the offense to be a little bit more explosive and to be able to be a quick strike offense. Those things make you a contender. Then so I think they've done as much as they can, and some of it is just going to be time. It's going to be another year in this system, another year of these guys playing together. So that's my thoughts on
Jamie Stevens set you up with that question, bro. Okay, he said, "What else can we do to become Super Bowl contenders?" Right?
Yeah.
First of all, nothing, because we're already Super Bowl contenders with what we've already done. Okay. And then I'm going to take the same page out of Jamie's playbook here and go with, you got to look at last year. We're talking about potentially top 5 defense. That's kind of how we played for the most part after the injuries earlier on with Byron Jones and the inconsistent injuries that we had on the defense. But not only did we get better defensively by not having to run all these zero blitzes, because now we have multiple threats from the pass rush standpoint, which provides more coverage in the secondary in times where you're going to need it. We got better on defense, even in run stopping. The defense should literally be top 5 defense this year, guaranteed, and that's what I'm looking forward to. But the reality is you got to look on offense, okay? The receivers, that was an issue last year. Now we are in a situation that even if we have injuries, we should be fine. We should be fine even if we have injuries. No excuse. Running back by committee, we'd like to tighten up that position. And the offensive line, ladies and gentlemen, however you want to grade it, this offensive line is set. And the guys that we have right now, they are going to work out to give you the best 5. And that best 5 is going to be a good 5. Now, will it be the very best 5 in the NFL? They're too young to make that assumption. But at the same token, you're going to get a good 5. Okay? Now, they're not done on the O-line. They're going to draft another guard, but it might even be in the 6th round or something. But they'll get another guard. I think they're done in the tackle world, in my opinion, because they got a lot of versatile players. The real thing that it's what it's going to take, this team is already built to compete, because the real issue right now is whether or not Tua Tagovailoa is going to take the next step, and if we can get a running back to be the workhorse. Those are the 2 biggest areas that are going to determine how far we go this year. Nothing more, nothing less. It's Tua Tagovailoa, and it is the running back position. It's that simple. Nothing more, nothing less. No, don't look at defense. Don't look at the rest of the offense. It's Tua, and what are they going to do with the running back situation? That is it. This team is ready because I'll tell you this. What if you did add one of those elite quarterbacks? We don't need to name them. You know the ones rumored out here. What if you did add one of them? The whole world would say Miami Dolphins are Super Bowl contenders. Period.
They got your guy, Steven.
Oh, wow. The tight end's gone
they
to
got,
the Steelers.
They got your guy.
Who did?
Steelers.
They got the tight end.
Both of our guys, Najee and Fairmouth. All right. Well, that answers my question from earlier. Pittsburgh's having a hell of a draft.
Well, they have to.
Can I ask y'all a question? Can I ask y'all a tough question?
Go ahead. I'm here for a tough question.
If Tua doesn't take the next step, how far does that set us back?
I mean, if I'm being honest,
yeah.
I think as a Dolphins fan, that would devastate me because that means we've tried everything. We tried free agents. We've tried drafts. We've tried late round draft picks. We've tried top 10, top 5 draft picks. It's almost as if we're cursed, right? Like Dan Marino cursed us. I love the man, but the son of a bitch cursed us. All right. And if Tua's not the guy, which I am not saying he is, he's not. He is. I am a Tua believer, as Finsanity, number 1 Tua near. Okay, I'm number 2, right behind him. What I'm saying is, to answer your question, though, I mean, I think, oh my God, I don't even want to think about that, dude. It's such a tough question because the reality is, what happens to Deshaun Watson, right? Like let's say he stays in Houston this year. Does he get suspended? Does he not? Let's figure out what happens with that. Number 2, who's coming out in the draft next year, right? Next year, college football is going to look a lot different than it did the last 2 years. And then finally, number 3, I mean, is there somebody that's on a roster right now that's a backup that comes here and has a resurgence in their career?
Nope.
So I don't have a good answer for you, honestly.
I just feel like oh, Finsanity, please enlighten me. Talk to me, please.
Well, since we're supposed to be celebrating the draft and the next, the beginning of the next season for the Dolphins, Tua will take the next step, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay.
And
she didn't want to answer the question.
We will let the chips fall where they may, but as of right now, he's innocent until proven guilty, unlike TD. So,
all right, Jamie,
he's taking the next step. I'm not worried. I'm not worried about that right now.
Did you hear TD's question before we lost you?
No, what was the question?
Jamie, you're not gonna want to hear it, Jamie.
Oh man! See, my internet saved me, right? I knew you were gonna.
It did.
You could come with something I just didn't want to hear.
So if Tua doesn't take the next step, how far back does that set us?
Ooh. Actually, that's a good question, but I got a hopeful answer, man. You're not gonna do that to these Dolphins fans today. Dolphin fans, I got you, right? Don't worry about TD trying to bring this cloud over you. Tua's not the guy. What I told you before, these guys are writing in pencil, man. They can fix it. You got multiple first-round draft picks coming up next year. You got multiple coming up the year after that, right? You brought in Brissett, who you said is the starter, by the way. I will tell people you said that.
Who said that?
What receipts do you have? What receipts do you have of me saying that, Jamie?
Jamie, I might need you as a character witness in this trial of TDPHINS Talk.
What?
That was the episode that I didn't hit record.
I don't remember that part. Can you bring the footage? Let me see the footage.
I told you it was a good episode. But but they're writing in pencil, man. So I'll tell you one thing: the ink isn't dry there. I expect Tua to take the next step. But you asked the question: if he does it set us back? It does not set us back. All it does, it means we still have that open question, and they can find the next guy, put him in. Right?
I like what Joshua said, 2 first-round picks in 23 if Tua doesn't work out, but it would likely set us back a couple more years.
See, I don't think so, because we've actually built a team and built a roster. It would just be about finding the right guy. Like,
right,
so.
But check it out. We got Waddle, in my opinion, because that's who Tua wanted.
Nah.
I don't think so.
Not at all.
So I will disagree with that.
Tua was not surprised. You saw his reaction.
Yeah,
like he knew what was up.
I don't think they told us. They're not telling their players. They're not telling anybody. This team does not want stuff to leak. Let me tell you the darkest day in the Dolphins history in this regime of Flores and Greer. I'm telling you, they probably broke something that day. The day when it came out that Tua was going to be the starter, and that leaked. That was not very Dolphin-esque of Flores and Greer. That's not how they do things. And you know what they probably did? They probably did something very nice and had some courtesy and called Tua and called his family and said, hey, you're going to start. And then got out. And that's not how the Dolphins do things. So when it comes to this draft, you think they were telling anybody before? Hell no, they didn't tell anybody. They would have told people what they want to get out, but they didn't tell Tua who that pick was. And Tua did not influence. And let me say this. Tua influenced that pick, but not by his words. The Dolphins already said before the draft, when all that stuff was going on about, hey, we're going to trade, we're going to get, Tua's not the guy, we're going to trade Tua out to Houston. They said that we're picking the offensive coordinators. We're going to build this offense to fit Tua's strengths.
So if Herbert was our quarterback instead of him, we still would have drafted Waddle yesterday?
No, that's what I just said. So Tua influenced the pick by what they said is they're going to pick people that fits his strengths.
And that's the point I'm trying to make with insanity, is that we've designed this team around one man, which I am perfectly fine with.
No.
You got to tear it apart.
That's disaster if they did that. I don't think they did that, but if they did, that is disaster, because then that answers the question that I had. If they built this team around one man and he flops, then yeah, we got set back 10 years.
No,
might as well be.
So I will say it different. It's not black and white in that way, right? They built it to make him stronger. They built it to fit and accentuate his strengths, right? So, but if he doesn't work out and he's not the guy, doesn't mean that you can't take another guy and put him in this offense and still work with some of the same tools and maybe a little bit better, right? Look at the whole Garoppolo thing that's going on right now where they drafted. Those guys, don't get me wrong, Garoppolo got them to the Super Bowl, right? If he was just a tad bit better or had a tad bit more, they might even won that game, right? So them going in and getting another guy, Garoppolo might still be the starter this year. But what they did was like, hey, we built an offense where we could pull this guy out, pull in another guy that's not exactly the same type of quarterback, but can still play with these weapons. And honestly, we could probably do some different things now with these weapons. That's what the Dolphins are going to do if this doomsday situation that Dolphins fans, please don't let these guys cause you to jump. Please don't become Steven, right? We're not putting Tua in a coffin today. Tua's the guy. They're going to ball out, right? This disaster situation, which we hope doesn't happen, does not mean that the Dolphins are lost. They can go get a guy, pull him in, and tweak. And by the way, some of those tweaks are some of these guys that we're seeing that are on notice. Maybe Parker's time is done because the new guy they pull in, they need somebody different. Maybe they need more now, like a Jamar Chase type receiver that they put in. It doesn't hurt because you had a guy that you were on the bubble with anyway.
All right, look, I want to wrap this up in another 5 minutes here within the next few minutes. So I want to get everybody's last kind of take. Number one, this has been fun. Truly enjoyed this. Unfortunately, Wade had technical difficulties, couldn't get in. Doug was having technical difficulties and couldn't get in. But that's all right. We'll get them later on down the road. And Allie's preparing for the beach bash tomorrow, which I will be at. But I want to get everybody's final thoughts on today's picks. So, Insanity, I'll start with you. What do you think about today's picks? What do you think about where we're at as a draft and a whole?
Personally, I love it. They've addressed both sides of the ball. They got into it, some more protection, which I absolutely love. And they got what some people think might be the best safety. So we got the best safety, potentially the best defensive end in the draft. So they're beefing up this defense, but they're also not neglecting the offensive side of the ball. They got to a weapon, and they got him some protection. And yesterday, the one thing I was harping on was protect Tua, protect your future, protect your quarterback. So I have no complaints. And if anybody is, harping over it because they want a running back, go look at the names that are still available. I'm pretty sure you'll like one of them.
All right. Hey, Insanity, where can everybody find you?
Oh, I'm in. Listen, I'm about to go 0 Dark 30 again. TD keeps trying to pull me out and like, what's the name?
Into the light.
Into the light. Yeah, I'm working on the trial.
For those of you who don't know, Insanity is on that grind in those school books. She's getting that degree, and we love her, and we're behind you. We keep doing your thing, girl. And anytime you can get on with us, we are here because the masses love what Insanity has to say.
But the part 2 of the trial of TDPHINSTALK will be coming up the last week of June. So stay tuned. TD is on trial. Jamie, I'm gonna be hitting you up about this Jacoby Brissett being our starting quarterback take that allegedly is out there.
I've received my subpoena to show up to court. I will be there to testify.
Hey, technically it's recording because we're live, just so everybody knows. It's recording.
So everyone liked part 1, so part 2 is coming in June, and we'll probably wrap it up sometime before the season starts. TD has been indicted by the fan base.
All right,
congratulations,
Jamie. I'm going to come to you next. Same question that I had to Insanity. Your thoughts on today's picks, your thoughts overall on where the team's at right now, and go from there.
But I hate feeling this good about a Dolphins draft because we know it's never what we think it is, right? So I wish I felt worse about what they did, but I don't. I love what they did. They went out and got the most dynamic receiver out of the top receivers there. So they found a guy that they can find to use many different ways from day one. Perfect. We went and you had a serious need at defensive end, right? You only had Ogba, you had Shaq Lawson. He's gone, and he wasn't the answer, unfortunately. So now you get somebody that's potentially going to push Ogba, right? Somebody can come in and just has the potential of doing more. So you fill a need without even having to jump, right? That's a guy that shouldn't even be on the board at that point. So wonderful value, right? In the second round, they came in, and I never expect to get a pick right. I really don't. But they come, and I said safety was a big place they need to invest in. That's a place they have to go and get. And they went and got, by my opinion, the best safety on the board. And then you guys brought it up and say, hey, the line isn't finished. They're going to move this guy and rotate him in, so we need a tackle, and brought in a solid tackle. So I love everything about what's happened so far, to the point that Insanity brought up, if there's still a running back to be had, I would like to see this next pick but I don't want it to be a reach. So if it's not Sermon or if it's not Carter from UNC, move on. Let's do something else, right? Those are the names I like. Those are the names that I would go, and I wouldn't consider it a settle at that value. But I love what's happening right now. The Dolphins are hitting it out of the park.
All right, where can everybody find you? We know that 305 Sports, the official sports news provider, you're teamed up with them. You're the lead contributor, lead editor, lead news writer. I don't even know what title. You have so many titles. Media director of Miami Sports Music. Where can everybody find you, man?
I love that, and that's what I want to tell people. So, you know what? First of all, find me on Twitter. The handle is sitting there at the Jamie Bahamas. If you like my takes, come tell me. If you hate it, come talk. Let's talk about it, right? Let's talk about those Dolphins. But I'll make it easy for you guys. So you can find me on Twitter at the Jamie Bahamas, and otherwise at MiamiSportsMusic.com, where we are all at there. You can find what I'm doing, and also at 305sports.net. Stay happy, Fins fans.
All right, TD, I'm going to let you kind of be the last person before myself. Same thing. What do you think about tonight's picks? Where do you see the team as a whole in this draft, and anything else going forward?
The draft so far, man, has been it's just been a slam dunk to me because we took care of position needs. A lot of people, Jamie made a good point. They forget about we moved on from Shaq Lawson as well. That adds even more fuel to the point of Jalen Phillips. But here's what people need to realize. We got the best defensive end on the board. We got the best safety on the board. We got the best receiver, and some could argue Chase was better or whatever, but at the time that we were allowed to get, we got the best receiver on the board. And we bring in an offensive lineman who can play multiple positions, who also just stated in an interview, listen, at the end of the day, I'm ready to play all 5 positions on the O-line because I can. So, ladies and gentlemen, Miami Dolphins are taking care of business and they're doing it right. They are doing it right. So we're knocking it out the park. This team as a whole, we're headed in the right direction. At the end of the day, you know how I feel. No matter what we do, we got to put it on the field, and we got to really hope that, Waddle, Gesicki, Devontae Parker, Preston, Fuller, that they build the chemistry that they need with Jacoby Brissett to get this job done. All right. But that's all I got.
All right, look, guys, this has been absolutely an amazing time here on Miami Sports Music. I am Stephen D, Vice President of Miami Sports Music and the director of, the podcast network. This has been truly exciting. I wish everybody else was able to make it and hear the blasphemy that's coming from TD, all that. But what I do want to do is just kind of say, if you have not seen Miami Sports Music's new clothes, the new shorts, where's those new shorts at? You got to check them out. All right. Got a new pair. Make sure you go on MiamiSportsMusic.com. Get those new shorts, the DWA shorts. They're definitely dope. We want to make sure that we get everybody there. And then also check us out sometime later on this evening or tomorrow. I'm going to be on with Golf Freaky to make a huge announcement with her. And tomorrow morning, we're going to be doing some live coverage on social media, YouTube, from the Beach Bash. So we're really excited about that, and that's going to be a good time. This has been TD Fins Talk, DJ Me Bahamas, Finsanity, myself, Stephen D. You can find me at Stephen D SKPL. We love you guys. Fins up. Peace out.
Peace. That's what's up. That's what's up, man. Y'all give me a second. I have to close this out. All right, I think we're good now. All right, y'all. I told you we were gonna do a multi-stream tonight and go into Miami Sports Music, and spend some time with those guys. But hey, we're back at it. TD Fins Talk. Now it's time. We're gonna call the rest of this draft. The Miami Dolphins made some moves, but I'm gonna bring in some other people to talk with us as well. Some of our favorites, of course. But Carolina is on the clock. All right, Carolina is on the clock. I want y'all to put in the comment section right now. Give me your draft grades so far, the entire draft. Give me your draft grades for the Miami Dolphins, the overall grade. Let me know. Give me your draft grades. I'm interested in what you all have as for the Miami Dolphins at this point. Interesting. Y'all hit that like button, guys. A lot of A's and B's. Okay. A, B plus. These F's and D's are ridiculous. B, A minus. All right. I see y'all. Let me see. All right. Let me see here. Wow. Interesting. 4 A's and 1 B. We only got 4 players. Did I miss something? A++. Everybody saying F is because Miami didn't draft Najee. Keep crying in the car or on the bus. Wow. That's funny. All right, let's see. All right, we good. Let me delete this. All right. Hey, y'all give me a second. All right, cool. Mr. Ball Game in the house. What's up, man? Oh, I can't hear you.
What's good, baby?
I'm great, man. Talk to us, man. Make some sense of it all, man. I'm interested in hearing your overall thoughts from start to finish.
When I think
I can hardly hear you.
I've been saying all along, man, that I didn't think with what the moves that they made last year that there would be one of these situations that they would deviate much from going into this draft, filling needs in depth.
Mm-hmm.
Guys that, you know what I'm saying, I think the weirdest, hold up, let me address that. I think the weirdest thing was the fact that kids that opted out kind of got looked over in a sense, right? And they went with guys that actually had more film on from last season, and you know, things of that nature with Morig in the second round. Well, let me go back. First, I love what they did yesterday. I had Waddle as one of my top 3 picks all season long, but I also felt like with Atlanta being where they were sitting at, and we moved back to 6, that I didn't see them letting a talent like Pitts get past them. But you know, you never know in those type of situations. But he provides something completely different for them that, you know, they'll never ever get to see again. So it was really a no-brainer for them. So when they took him, I saw Joe Burrow pounding, you know what I'm saying, the little sneak tweets and things of that nature for Jamar Chase. So I knew that Sewell wasn't going there because they're going to give the quarterback what he wants or what he needs or what he feels he wants, you know? So in that instance, for me, it just really came down to a situation where they really, truthfully, oh man, I don't forget it. They really and truthfully did what they felt was best, and I saw the thing a while back where they said they was going to target one of the Alabama receivers. So they went with a guy that gave them the most versatility and arguably both. You know what I'm saying? Both areas defensive in nature and special teams and in, you know what I'm saying, in the offense. So Smith would have been a decent choice. The size concerned me a little bit, but you know what Waddle brings to the table, man, is unreal, bro, in terms of his ability to get the ball in small space, you know, get the ball in tight spaces, and he's out. He's gone. You know what I mean? If you don't have the right angle, it's a wrap. So that didn't surprise me at all. 18 did only because, well, I was surprised that it was Phillips, but I wasn't surprised that it was a defensive pick because I didn't see Flores allowing us to lead the first round without him at least getting a piece for his defense. And we're so close to being perfectly complete, bro. To Phillips makes sense. And the fact that he played the whole season last year without, you know what I'm saying, any hiccups in regards to the concussions concerns and things of that nature. You got the best. You got the number 1 pass. You know, you got the most explosive pass catching receiver and special teams guy in the draft, and you got the best pass rusher. That's a win-win there. So they killed last night for me. And then you go into, I tweeted out earlier today, my thought was that they were going to, at 36, address the free safety spot or address the safety spot because I believe that Bobby was just there because Bobby was on contract and they asked him to make the transition to free safety, and he did it willingly. But, you know, the ideal person, obviously, we let him go because he didn't want to be here no more, was Minkah Fitzpatrick. So they went out and got a guy who is exactly built like Minkah, you know what I'm saying, at 36. And Holland, on my list, Holland was my number 2 guy behind Morig. Now, Morig's a little shorter and more of a hitter, you know what I'm saying, big hitter. But, you know, Holland gives you the length. You know, he's fast. He's got the range. He's a ball hawk, things of that nature. So I think that was a win-win there too. So I gave that pick also, you know what I'm saying, an A, because you address your long-term answer at safety, and then now you got both of those guys in the fold with him and Jones. Now the fold can grow together behind McCain for possibly one more season if they decide to let Bobby teach him the spot before they cut him, because I don't see Bobby with us for more than this next season, and he's gone. He's out of here. And then probably Eric Rowe too, with the emergence of Jones, because you can save that money and roll it into some other things to keep other pieces. Now Eichenberg, for me, I like it because the flexibility that he gives you is extremely valuable. And the fact that he played as a redshirt sophomore, I think it was, as a right tackle before going back to left tackle, tells me exactly all I need to know, that he can do both, and he did both at a high level, and he only gave up 3 sacks in 3 years. You know what I'm saying? So I like it. I'm okay with it. Now that, so now what it does is it gives you a solid guy at right tackle with Fluker as depth. You got Robert Hunt, who can slide in now and give you all, you know what I'm saying, give you all, Pro Bowl performance play at guard. And Kenley gets to jump back over to the left side next to Jackson. And now all they got to do now is potentially let Scurer, Dieter, or whoever they take with this 81. If they go O-line, battle out for that job. You know what I'm saying? And then we're good. I think we're good across the board there. So for me, it's been a solid draft. I think they're killing it, bro, truthfully. Some people I saw some people saying they didn't like that they were moving up, but Greer got aggressive for a guy that, you know what I'm saying, he felt could help us now. And that's really what we needed. The whole line, the trenches, was what we always been talking about. You don't fix the trenches, then you had this kid out there running for his life. You know what I'm saying? You can't expect good quality play from your quarterback if you ain't giving him protection. So I think it's going to be a real solid group, man, that's going to grow together and give us some real success for Tua, and arguably, I see people are upset about the fact that we haven't taken a running back yet. But I've been saying all along, man, they taking this Patriots mode, man, of this running back by committee. When they went and they signed Brown from the Rams, he averages 4.1 yards a carry. You know what I'm saying?
And falls forward.
Yeah, and falls forward. I don't see them looking to have some guy that's, the flash in the pan. You know what I mean? They got a guy for every type of situation. You get what you get with Ahmed and Gaskins, and then Brown can be your short yardage guy. Or, you know what I mean? If you really want to commit to the run game, he can get you what he need to get you. 3.5, 4 yards of carry. That's pretty good in the NFL, all things considering. So, for me, I think it's the running back by committee. You know what I mean? And if they do anything running back wise, it'll be UDFA for me. I don't think they go, because we really don't have any more picks that would put us in position to get a Gainwell or a Sermon. You know what I mean? Those guys will be late 3rd, 4th round guys, and that 81 pick, I believe, is going to be a center. You know what I mean? And
well, let me say this in that regard, because I want to go back to the running back situation again, because you make a great point. Because we've been beating the table for a while about the committee approach. And here's what's unfair, I believe. I think people are just being very unfair to Gaskins and Ahmed.
Yeah,
in this regard. Those kids, they were productive.
Yeah.
I understand we weren't bludgeoning the ball down the middle, but I am here to tell everybody that had more to do with the run blocking than anything.
Right.
That had more to do with the offensive line and the center starting after he snapped, going backwards every single time. When as they fix this O-line, and now if they do kick Hunt inside, now he does have the potential to be an all-pro type guy. I just like where he was headed at tackle as well, but that brings more versatility. But if you got those guys on the inside and Matt Skura, who is a guy who also gets to the second level, that's what you're looking for. You might actually see an improved running game just with even what we have now. People have to understand our deficiencies in the run game. A lot of it had to do with the line and not so much the running backs.
That's true.
We keep thinking it's the running back. I'm here to tell y'all, we could have had one of the best running backs in the league. They still wouldn't have been as productive as they were as the best running back in the league behind this line.
That's true.
So I think Flores and them know that. Of course, I think they'll still invest in a guy, whether it's late in one of these later rounds, make a trade for a potential guy, or UDFA, like you say. But I'm with the committee approach. This team is ready. I think this O-line just needs to be monsters up front. And now Kinley and Hunt, if they both are inside, will have the opportunity to become maulers, because now we feel real good at the tackle position because we can go in so many different directions.
Right. I think the one thing people miss, I mean, people don't factor in, is that when you're a defensive coordinator, right, and a team has their guy, their solid guy, their solid one guy, you can scheme for that guy better.
Yeah.
You can scheme ways to take away one player, but when you've got a committee of guys that can come in and do a multitude of things for you and give you different looks, that makes it that much harder for a defensive coordinator to really figure out, who do I need to stop this week? And with the addition of Waddle and Fuller to this offense, it's going to be really hard for teams now at this point to actually pack 7 guys into the box to even focus on the run so much. You know what I mean? So the Dolphins have taken an approach that's a little different. Well, they took Kansas City's approach, which is, we're going to spread you out with speed so that you can't stop what we're trying to do in the run game, and we can still be efficient, because people scoffed at it. But if you got one guy getting 90 yards a game and you got another guy getting 65, you average 165. You average 155 yards a game.
True.
That's all you needed, because Sony Michel was clipping off maybe 95, 97 yards. And then before he got hurt, but then the other kid came in, they still had the committee going, which your backs don't get worn down. You don't deal with as many injuries, and everybody stays ready. You know what I mean? I think that process is well better suited for us and what we're trying to do. Plus, you ain't spending the money in that when on that position when you can spend it elsewhere, because the strength of this team is going to always be the defense, and it's going to take the offense a little time to gel and get right. So they're going, there'll be a lot of different combinations that they got to put out there. They got to do a lot of work with this line to figure out exactly which group is going to be the best group to go forward with. But I like the fact that they gave themselves options at this point. And but the defense is being as dominant as it was last season, the pieces they added just going to buy the offense really some time now to gel and not have to really go over the top and push themselves out there trying to do something that, they're not ready to do yet, because they still got to build, some rapport with Tua and this new group up front, and Kinley going back. Hopefully he's 100% healthy. I think he is. Hunt kicking inside, I think is going to be amazing. But what Hunt doesn't lose, what he loses is just as valuable as what he gains, bro. Him moving inside now, he's going back. He's going home again. He's going back to where he was familiar at, what he's comfortable with. And now he doesn't have to worry about being too overly aggressive in the position, because out there on that wing by himself, if he lunge or if he take a false step wrong and the guy beat him, that's exposed. He's exposed immediately. Inside, it's not as bad because he's got help on both sides of him. You know what I mean? Yeah. So
and you know what? But an added feature to that is the simple fact that having the experience at right tackle gives you the camaraderie you need with the right tackle now.
Exactly.
It's just beautiful. You see Buffalo, they double down on defensive ends.
Oh yeah, I'm not surprised, because they didn't have any. They didn't have anybody. They didn't really have anyone that they could depend on to generate a real legitimate pass rush. So.
And that's the beautiful part about it. Yeah, they went and got 2 defensive ends back to back because they know that that's the issue. And we got the best one off the board. And that's what people need to understand.
Yep. For me, Russo is a reach. Just like Baltimore took Owe. He's a reach for me as well. I mean, they took Owe clearly off of his pro day. You know what I mean? He doesn't have anything on tape that would have told me he was deserved to be a first round pick. But he played. You know what I mean? So in that instance, they're going with exactly that they watching what everybody else is doing. They picked all the guys that opted to play as opposed to the ones that opted out, and they reached. But they'll be okay. I mean, it is what it is. I think without a shadow of a doubt, though, right now the Dolphins, and I would say the Dolphins and Cowboys and the Bears killed the draft so far.
Yeah, Jags doing good. I like that.
Well,
but that's a give-in almost.
Yeah.
All that capital.
All that capital. So, But they're already a nice team though, bro.
Yeah.
They're just young. You know what I mean? They legitimately with Miles Jack and Josh Allen and who else they got? They had Henderson from last year, one of the top young corners, and now they just added Tyson Campbell to the group. They're gonna have a nice team, man.
And we gotta see him.
Yeah.
And we gotta see him at the end of the day.
They gave Trevor his homeboy, ETN, man. You know what I'm saying? That's a theme too. If you can get guys that have that level of familiarity with themselves, that lessens that whole quarterback learning process too. And I think I applaud Greer and them for being courageous enough to go and get one of his weapons, man. That was a smart move on their part. Because now at this point, and that boy gonna be the real deal, man.
And what I feel like is when we don't get the sexy picks, we do it right.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's something about it. Every time we don't get the sexy pick, we do it right. But that's the crazy thing. Nobody seems to understand that. Every time we get the pick, we got what we want. We don't do it. It don't turn out. But every time we do the unsexy pick, it turns out, but it goes under the radar, and people just like 3 years later they've settled into that's our boy, but they don't remember how their energy started.
Well, see, I see a lot of people out here. I saw a lot of people questioning the Holland pick, but Holland that kid's solid, man, and there's nothing on tape that tells you that he's not going to be a very, very good NFL. Very, very good. Oh yeah, without shadow of a doubt. He reminds me of. He fits the mold for me of a Justin Reed from Houston, but just a tad bit more athletic, and he has really like the football IQ of Minka. You know what I mean? Because they can play him anyway. You can play him down in the slide. He actually has the ability to actually play on the boundary if necessary in a pinch. But up there on that,
he also can play corner. That's what people don't know. He also does play in the corner as well. So they got versatility. And somebody said he ain't needed. He's depth. No.
He's needed.
He's depth until he's the starter.
And which truthfully probably won't be long, bro. Like legitimately, Bobby McCain gonna be getting his walking papers real soon.
Well, they're probably gonna do it this way. They're gonna let them all come to camp, and if he's if he's that guy in camp, then they'll go ahead and make one of those late trades.
Yeah. Because I don't see Holland not being able to beat Bobby out. To be honest with you, he's a natural at the position. Bobby just, you know what I'm saying? Bobby's a 2-year guy back there. Love Bobby McCain.
He just knows the system.
But he knows it, man. Yeah, he knows that. Well, he knows that position. He's played that position his entire life, aside from the fact when he was actually playing corner and JV ball. You know what I mean? He played junior varsity, and they moved him up to high school.
Yeah, I was saying Bobby knows the position. That's the only big ups right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he knows the team, the plays, all that, what they're trying to do.
Right. But the fact that we run a cover zero, we run
it's all the same.
Man press. His responsibilities back there is be the deepest of the deep. Don't let nobody get over the top unless they're in zero. Now, when they're in zero and he's got a man responsibility, then he's got to worry about shade and leverage and things of that nature. But that single high roll for him, he gonna eat that up. And he's way faster and he's bigger than Bobby and he's a better hitter and and a better tackler. So that's a no-brainer for me. I like that. I love that pick. And when I said, I thought it was Morig until I saw the reports about his back being messed up. So then from there, I was like, okay, well, shit. Hopefully they go get Holland. And sure enough, they pulled it. So I was happy, man, at that point. Now the only thing I want to see is how far they allow Tyler Shelvin to get. I mean, or where he goes. Because if they can get him.
Do you think Miami tries to move up from 81 for anyone?
I think they gave up all the picks they want to give up, man, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Just because of the fact that coming into this next season for college ball, it's all going to be wide open again, and you're going to be able to see all of these kids now. And these future picks are going to be pretty valuable. So unlike the ones that currently moved in this draft. Like you didn't get to see a lot of guys, so there's so much talent still left in this draft, but you have to really go into the archives to look and see what the kid did a season ago,
2 years ago.
2 years ago. You feel what I'm saying? So that's why a lot of guys, like, ain't no way in the world you can tell me Kadarius Toney should have been in a first round pick. No way. You know what I mean? And Tutu Atwell just went in the second round when he was legitimately supposed to be a 7th round pick or unrestricted, you know what I'm saying? Or UDFA, bro. Like, come on, man. But he played. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. So his stock was higher than no guy who didn't.
Exactly. So
yeah. So what you think about where Caleb Farley went? Like that pick, was that a reach? Given the back situation, or did they get a steal?
I think they got a steal as long as they can get the medical right.
Yeah. That was one I was wondering if we would take a chance on.
What I wasn't surprised about was J.C. Horn going where he went. So I had you know what I'm saying, I had a real good feeling that, they had, teams had him high. But I think when Farley's back situation happened, that just made it that much better for him all around. He was going to be a first round pick regardless. And I think Dallas got upset really at the fact that whole, because they was right there. He was right there to fall to them.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And that's why, and that's why you saw them move back at that point, because they were like, well, we can just take the next best guy. But they can't really go wrong with getting Parsons, because Parsons to me was a top 5 pick. So you got a top 5 guy at number 12, and he helps you out tremendously right away, because now you got Jalen Smith and you got Parsons to play on the outside of him in your 4-3 scheme. I mean, they can run that. They can be able to run with just about anybody. The kicker is now they don't have to worry about relying on Sean Lee to be healthy, because he probably the odd man out just because of age. But they need to find somebody to replace Vander Esch, because he can't stay healthy, man. Like, he hadn't played a whole season yet. So, and they still need a corner, which I'm surprised they didn't call us and inquire about Xavier, but I'm glad. Yeah.
Well, you know what? Teams are going to be more cautious these days, because X ain't doing nothing but getting older and older. And the more we talk about him being potentially traded, the more he's going to be untradeable.
Yeah, that's true too.
When you think of it. Let me ask you this. Najee Harris, do you believe the reports that we were trying to move up for him?
Yeah.
You believe it?
I believe we were trying to move up more for ETN than for Najee. I had inside information that we were trying to move up for ETN because Stootsville ran the drills at Clemson and fell in love with him there. So that's what we wanted. But
I just feel like it would have took number 36 to do it, number 1, right?
Yeah, and they didn't want to give up. Yeah, they were offering essentially 50, and they offered a second next year and a third next year.
I just feel like Hollins was their guy, though.
Well, yeah, that's why they didn't want to give up 36, because they were. I felt like they had. There was no way they was going to get out of this draft. Like last year, you know what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. So the Najee potential move was they were going to start off with the 50th pick.
Yeah.
And not 36.
Yeah, exactly. And
because Holland, I believe, was their target.
Yeah, because you got to think too. Remember last year, they tried. Well, they didn't try hard enough. But McKinney was on the board. I mean, what's my man's name? The one that went to Tampa Bay.
The running back.
No, safety.
Wait, hold on. Who are you talking about?
McKinney, Brian, the McKinney kid was on the board and then the kid from Minnesota, the 2 safeties that we missed out on.
You talk about that's why we moved back in the first.
Yeah. Then we missed them, and then they got taken right before we took.
Talk about Winfield
and McKinney. Yeah, McKinney was from Alabama, and we missed out on both of them. So they had to get a safety this year, because you're not going long term with Bobby McCain as your free safety. So they had to, and I think that was one of the pieces that Flores knew without Shelvin out was going to be able to round out the rest of this defense. Tyler Shelvin for me, a true nose for me is really the last piece we need. because we got depth pretty much everywhere else, and this defense is done.
But I feel like there's true noses in the 4th and 5th round, but we don't have much.
But we don't have a 4th round.
We don't
pick,
even
so
have a 4th round pick. Yeah, that's why I'm like, and then we also we even traded up, so we're like in a gap right now.
Yeah, taking Shelvin at 81 is not a reach for me. Only because at 6'4", 6'3", 346 pounds, they don't make him like that, bro.
Hold on, who just got Kyle Trask?
I don't know who Trask went to.
Tampa. Wow. Let's try to learn behind Brady.
Yeah. Wow. Imagine
that. See, that's the thing. I'm gonna tell you now. Let me tell you something about these quarterbacks, man. I don't care what you scout them to be. Some of these guys get to the NFL and they just it.
Yep, you're
and
right.
Some of the best ones ain't it. I mean, you just don't know when it comes to these quarterbacks sometimes, man. You put them in the right situation, they look beautiful.
Mm-hmm. That's why Mac Jones.
I was just gonna say that. Oh man, I was just gonna say Mac Jones pick concerns me more than most people. Yeah, they can be Mac Jones trash, this and that. I ain't gonna lie. No, imagine Mac Jones having a Tom Brady career. Oh my gosh,
because he's a true system quarterback.
Yes.
So I mean, for me, it's definitely one of them situations where I hope it don't pan out for them, but it very well could, because if he goes there and he does what he's supposed to do and just listens to McDaniels, it could definitely work in their favor, man. And then we back into the same darn situation, dealing with them over again, So, and they didn't have to give up anything to get him. They stayed put right where they were at.
The Jaguars are just trying to fill every hole they got. They just got the safety, Andre Cisco.
That's a good pickup.
In Syracuse, yeah, man. We at pick number 66 right now, y'all. Minnesota should be on the clock. The Jaguars led the ACC in interceptions. And remember, did he play 2020?
Who's that?
Cisco.
8 games.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 8 games.
Man, listen, let me ask you this. So what do Miami need to do now? I know we already know the center situation. Yeah. But look at our roster. Look at the roster that we put together over the last two years. And look where we are today. How you feel and what do we need to do?
I love it, man. I think right now at this point, we need to establish the identity on offense that we have on defense, man. Be aggressive. Go out and punch folk in the mouth. Don't be passive. I think they've got all of the pieces. Like, if you look at the wide receiver room, I like the tight end room, with the exception of, like, Gesicki ain't even. I think Shaheen is actually a better true tight end than Gesicki is, but I like Gesicki. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he a true tight end, but the pass threat, he ain't on that same level.
Right. But I like the room. I don't hate it. That's for sure. Yeah. And like I said, the running back by committee thing, I accepted that when Flores became the coach, man. Because him being in New England all that time, there's no way he walks away from that being in his face all the time and them not adopting that as a theory. You know what I mean? So,
and honestly, they really be running back and receiver by committee.
Yeah. I think the Dolphins are in a really good spot, man, to make some real serious. Well, if nothing else, make people really stand up and look and say, "Oh, damn, we got to worry about them now." You know what I mean? Like, that 10-win season was on a fluke. You know what I mean? I think we're gonna go out, punch a lot of people in the mouth, and do some really good things. So
now everything hinges on Tua.
That's it.
We go as far as he can take us, because the defense still gonna hold us down and win us games.
Yep.
And he can be the cherry on top and take us over the top, man. And to be honest with you, listen, like I'm very critical.
Yeah.
And if I'm gonna be the worst critical person, and let me hypothetically just say I put Tua at a 5 out of 10, right?
Okay.
If he can get to a 6.5 for me, man, that's making some noise.
I agree.
You see what I'm saying? Like, the man ain't got to come out and be an 8 this year, but some real good progression. 6.5, and we really contenders at a 6.9. That's where it starts for me.
Right.
That level play. A 7, man, we can compete with anybody because we're gonna actually capitalize off of turnovers more.
I believe that.
And that's a big part of the story last year. The lack of being able to capitalize on turnovers,
Yeah, I think a lot of stuff comes down to them establishing themselves, man, with the right identity, though. You know what I mean? Like they have to see that time is of the essence at this point, right? The urgency, right? I mean, there's no more. Nobody's gonna give us. Well, they're still rebuilding anymore. No, we're not rebuilding now. You know what I mean? The rebuild is
done.
That's done. That's a wrap. So
we just finished our rebuild.
Yeah, exactly.
Now we're talking about, we got to fill this hole here or that, the 1-2 things.
Yeah.
And right now it's the 2 things. Running back, even though we're going by committee, we still could use another committeeman,
That's true.
One more. And the center. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Outside of that, you're just talking about replacing somebody who's starting now for potentially the future. And this is how you build your roster. That's the beautiful part about it.
Yeah, they're legitimately building through the draft, bro.
Yeah,
held over a couple pieces, went into the free agency and grabbed Jones to solidify the opposite side from X. And the thing for me, man, is just weird that people don't give Jones the credit he deserved, bro. Like he legitimately gave Xavier Howard the opportunity to be that version that we saw of him because
you talking about who?
Byron Jones.
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, it's just some angry people that are Xavier Howard fans they're mad that Jones makes more than him.
Yeah. The dude,
it's crazy to me.
The dude earned every bit of what he did exactly what he was supposed to do and more, in my opinion. Yeah, he didn't get the interceptions, but his man
his job was to send the targets Xavier Howard's way.
Exactly. So I get sick of sometimes of arguing with people, man, about things that like they don't really understand, and then when you try to explain to them, they tell you, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about." Well, I don't know what I'm talking about when the dude clearly
the team actually invested that in them, and it kills me.
Yeah, man. So
it kills me. And so let me ask you this, man. As far as the team, the way it's constructed right now, what do you see our defense doing this year? Because I feel like, and you tell me if I'm wrong on this, last year we were very conservative in the first 4 games with Byron Jones being out.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden Byron Jones comes back. We run 0 blitzes out the world.
Yep, you're right.
But only for about 8 weeks.
Because
and the last 5 weeks, we went into this faking 0 blitzes and never running them almost. And I'm trying to really understand that as I break that down. Is this the Houston Texans' first pick of the draft?
Yeah.
Wow.
No. They had a I don't. Well, yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, it is.
I ain't seen them this whole time.
Yeah, it is.
We picked their first and their second pick.
See,
he tussle.
He was a kicker. Bro. Like legitimately, what they had to deal with was the league caught up to that 0, right? So you had to show a different level of that you had some zone and some hybrid man zone concepts also in that, you know what I mean? And as we got deeper in the season, I mean, the film don't lie. Film tell people exactly where you're gonna be, what you're gonna be doing, type of thing. Then you become predictable, and that's what I think Boyer and Flores didn't want to be. So us being able to employ both is a bonus. But I think now the way the defense is constructed, now that they've filled a lot of the holes up front, and they brought in Coleman, man.
Yeah,
It's gonna be a bad situation for a lot of teams, man. It's gonna be zero until you ain't got nothing else. You know what I mean?
I just feel like they never needed to stop. Like you say, the league would have caught up, but they didn't catch up enough at the time that we stopped doing it. That's how I feel about it. And I think we got a little nervous in the Raiders game because we ran it and Waller was just being a beast, but that was just Waller being a beast.
That's true.
And I think we kind of got like worried at that point that, oh, they're going to start targeting Rowe, but the Rowe been holding his own. He just ran into Waller that day.
That's true. You're not going to get no argument out of me, bro. I think you do what you do until somebody make you switch
exactly.
Yeah. So I've always been from that school of thought, So what number they on right now?
They at the Houston. They on the podium now. I got to hear this pick. They first selection. What direction do they go?
Wide receiver. They lost Fuller. Oh. It's gonna be interesting.
Quarterback, bro.
Who they took? Kellen Mound,
Davis Mills.
Oh, I like that Mills kid.
No, I listen, but they went quarterback.
Yeah, he ain't gonna be there.
See, this is the crazy part about it because Watson is gonna be gone, but he's still look what everybody did. Who's without their quarterback now? Everybody took care of business.
Yeah. Because
they're
losers all around this whole process though, because that Tunsil trade is gonna go down arguably as probably one of the most blockbuster trades in history, bro. Especially what the Dolphins was able to generate off of it. So, in actuality,
the craziest part of all of this, man, when Watson figures that situation out, and I believe it's going to be sooner than later than what people think, it's about to be crazy in the summer, because what do you do as a team at that point? Like I'm talking about all the teams out there that would potentially want him. Like, what do you do at that point?
I still think personally, I still think he's gonna wind up in Philadelphia. They're not sold on Hurst, so I still think they're gonna they're gonna throw everything they can. Assets? Yes, sir, they do.
Because a lot of teams are playing their assets out of contention in this draft right here.
Yeah. They got just enough to be able to do exactly what they need to do to get him. If because Houston can't afford to really go through this whole process and just hold on to him. And they got to get off of him. I know they don't like it.
It's inevitable though.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of when. Atlanta's on the board. They're about to pick right now on the podium.
Running back for them. I'd be surprised if they don't go running back.
Guard. They went guard at Michigan. Jalen Mayfield. Yep.
Mayfield.
Wow. Third round pick.
The reach is still continuing.
Well, that's always,
Goodness.
Man.
We're looking good though, man. Watson was a Miami pick 81.
You're gonna take a lot more than that. Gosh, man. This team is built now, man. I just it's Scary, man. Scary times in this league.
Yeah, this
But you know what? A lot of teams are getting better, bro.
Facts.
A lot of teams are getting better, man. This is going to be one of the best seasons. A lot of people, you know what? That's the goal marketing wise for the NFL. Give every fan base hope.
That's it.
And you know, we went into this draft where, you know, 4 boo-boo trash organizations had no hope. You can't name me one organization right now that don't feel like they have hope. Maybe just one, but
they all did. If you look at it across the board, man,
quarterbacks running on.
This draft really and truthfully, it was kind of like you couldn't miss.
True.
You know, like shooting fish in a barrel, especially from where we were at. Like, I wouldn't worry at all that Grit wasn't. People was like, "I hope you don't mess this up." It's been damn near impossible for him to mess this up.
Here come the Bengals.
What number they on?
Joseph Osai goes to Cincinnati.
That's a good pick for them.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's definitely a good pick for them.
Man. Carolina is up next. They're on the clock. 81 is coming around. We got about 11 more picks, man. What will Miami do at 81? And we don't have a 4th rounder, so it's not likely that we trade back up unless we're using future picks or sending a player.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
Well, it's like it's players like Jakeem Grant that could be a part of something in the 4th.
Yeah, what's
Albert Wilson?
Yeah, but see, that's the thing though. You're talking. That's the 30. You're talking about a 30-year-old and a 29-year-old wide receiver. Well, because how old is Grant now? 28.
No, you're right. Yeah,
and they most people are gonna just go draft their own before they send you something for them guys.
Yeah. Unless it's a contender.
Yeah. Somebody that's one spot away. I bring call today. What's my mom saying? Yeah, my cousin should be getting picked here shortly.
So this Cash had a question for us. Said, "Are y'all ball game and TD? Are y'all saying that not getting Pitts, Sewell, or Parsons is no big deal when they were right there for us?"
Well, listen. First off, I don't think at any point that Parsons would have been a great pickup for us, right? But he would have been overkill on what they already have. You feel what I'm saying? When we already have a solid, good core of this defense has already proven that it can be elite. So for Parsons, that to me would have just been a cherry on top of a Sunday that was already perfectly made. You feel me? Pitts, on the other hand, I never factored them in because once they moved out of the number 3 spot, now if they'd have stayed at 3, he probably would have been the pick. But when they moved out of that, for me, it was a wrap. That he was definitely not going to be our guy because there's no way 6'6", 246 pounds we're running a 4.4 was getting past number 4. Like there's no way. And then, like I said, we talking about Sewell. Sewell was there, but I think this group, they're comfortable. You know what I'm saying? They're comfortable with the progress that they saw from some of these young guys already. So spending the number 6 pick on a tackle that's going to have to be converted from the left to the right in hopes that he's actually going to be there when you can get one in the second round like Eichenberg, who is a solid pick. You didn't lose anything, right? Like he can legitimately do that job for you, and then you still can get your weapon because the whole focus, I believe, was to get a true weapon for Tua that was going to make him even that much more comfortable. And they had already said weeks ago, they moved and did what they did with that move from 3 to 12 back to 6 to get one of the Alabama receivers. So in that instance, Pitts was already off the board for me. Sewell was never an option for me, although I wanted him like some people did. But I started thinking about it realistically. If they wanted that guy, they could have just stayed at 3. They could have stayed at 3 and got Pitts or Sewell. But when they moved, that told me that they were comfortable being able to move back, gain a little more capital, and then still be able to grab the guys they wanted all along, which was one of the Alabama receivers. So I think it's a win-win either way. Especially when I looked at it, number 6 and number 36 pick was their luxury picks for me.
I feel like this proved a lot. What Miami Dolphins strategy was proved a lot. It's about the 7 and 8s and not the 9 and 10s.
The 9 and 10s. Yeah.
It's about the value. Okay. Parsons, not getting Parsons when we could have, shows you they're just fine with Jerome Baker being a 7 to a 7.5. They're just fine with the tackle situation because they already had a plan. As you can see, what they just did in the second round, they already had a plan at tackle, and they felt good about the young guys they already had. Pitts wasn't even there at 6, so he wasn't there. But if you're talking about when we had the 3rd pick, they went ahead and gambled. And if they would have lucked out, they would have got Pitts. And if they didn't, they were still fine with the fact that they were getting a blue chip talent that's going to be here to help this team in a position where we are very old. I want you to look at the slot position. We're talking about Jakeem Grant and Albert Wilson. We have no youth right there.
Yep.
We have no youth. Not no healthy youth outside of project guys like, Merritt and all them. So they went for positional need. And that's something that I didn't think about because every time I answered the wide receiver, receiver ain't the big need, y'all. It's because I kept thinking about Smith or Chase on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
But when you come to think of it, the need in the receiving core was the slot because we're old.
I don't think I don't even think Albert Wilson makes this team. Albert Wilson, Allen Hurns, Isaiah Ford, Lynn Bowden Jr. I think he gets beat out by a healthy Kirk Merritt. You know what I mean? Yeah. Kirk Merritt is a 4-3 guy. So, and Bowden has already said too in a couple of interviews that I saw over on Bleacher Report, he want to try to play quarterback. You want to go back to playing quarter? Yeah, Lynn Bowden. Yeah.
Wow.
So
hold on. The Giants pick Robinson. They got the cornerback Aaron Robinson from UCF.
UCF.
Yeah. Dang, I lost my train of thought on because you were talking about Lynn Bowden.
Yeah.
I was gonna say which receiver was I thinking about? Yeah, it's time. It's time for those guys to take the next step. Those Kirk Merricks and all of those other guys. It's time for them to come at the back end of that depth chart and finally potentially make the 6th, 7th, and maybe even an 8th receiver on the roster. Because did they make a final on whether or not the roster would grow this year with the extra game?
They're gonna put 3 more spots.
So I can tell you now that's probably another wide receiver slot.
Yeah, they're gonna carry 7.
Yeah.
Traditionally carry 6, they're gonna carry 7, and then you'll get an additional special teams / maybe defensive player, and then potentially probably another lineman too.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But that Lynn Bowden going back to quarterback, that might be interesting because it could be listed as a 3rd QB in the event of injuries in a game.
What that does is push what that kid name was that they brought in that everybody was raving from Navy.
Wait, who?
The little wide receiver / quarterback dude that we picked up. He was from Navy.
Dang, you're right. He was undrafted though.
Yeah. He was undrafted, but like
he got his name.
Bowden is a way better option for the 3rd. Malcolm Perry, yeah. Ain't a slug bug. You know what I mean? Malcolm Perry ain't fast. Like so, I didn't even understand the whole point behind that anyway. A gadget player, but you don't get a gadget player, and he needs to at least have some elusiveness, like and some ability to get out. He's a slug bug, bro. So.
So Bowden will have that opportunity to put that pressure. He's saying,
yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to try to present as many wrinkles as possible with this offense, but it's a little different. Like I said, it's a different philosophy. You know, when they spreading you out to run the ball as opposed to running the ball and then the passing. You know what I mean? I mean, the power gap scheme that we're going to employ is going to be from a lot of different formations, and it's going to be pretty significant, I believe. You know, when it's all said and done.
Well, don't forget about from the receiver position, that kid that we got. Did we give somebody from Buffalo average 20 yards a catch? I keep forgetting his name. The comment section gonna tell me real fast. I talked about it earlier and I said his name, and now I already forgot again. But yeah, we got him this year in free agency.
I'm talking about
Foster.
Foster. Yeah, he's a 4-3 guy as well.
Yeah, I know. And so this receiver room, man,
it's gonna be brutal, bro.
So play the game with me, man. Let's name them 7 receivers right now.
All right. So from the top, Will Fuller, Devontae Parker, Preston Williams.
Okay.
Jalen Waddle.
All right.
Kirk Merrick.
I think Robert Foster. They already gave him money.
Yeah, they already paid Foster, and y'all gonna hate me for this one, but Jakeem Grant.
Grant.
Why would you keep
an
Allen Hurns? I mean,
Hurns. So let's talk about that real quick. We got to talk about that. So let's break that. Let's break it all down, because I follow you on it. It's just there's signs that it's not Grant, but then okay. Let me break this down. So number one, you just brought in 2 guys that can return kicks in your safety and your receiver.
Yeah.
That's one part, even though we talk about a Pro Bowl returner, okay? So he has a little bit of value on the trade market, you know? So that's number one. Number 2, Jakeem Grant will bring some savings to a little bit of cap relief.
What, $3 million?
Right? Yeah, 2.3 or something like that, right?
Wow.
Number 3, here's the pickle. Allen Hurns is only here for this year, but I don't know how. This is the first time I've ever seen a contract like this, and it has something to do with the holdout. His dead cap is more than his cap hit.
Oh, well, then he ain't going nowhere then.
You see that ball game? It's crazy to me. Unless they just want to eat the little $4 million and say bye. But you're just basically giving him $4 million for nothing and gaining nothing.
Can't see that happening.
Unless they just want to eat the $4 million and say, hey, we like this other player and we want to do it that way. But that's the problem that I have with the contract situation and the holdout. His dead cap is more than his cap, and I've never seen that ever, bro.
That's crazy.
On the last year.
Sound like bye Grant then.
You see, so that's why it's too much evidence that goes against Grant right now. And I'm like, man, hey, Tua need to stop working with this man if that's the case. That's too much chemistry being put on one person, and then it needs to be put on somebody else. Man, but hey, who knows? I think they may eat it though. They may just eat the little $4 million something and just say, thanks for your service. At least you're getting paid.
We go into training camp and Holland legitimately beats out Bobby McCain, and you're gonna save money there too.
Hollins, I mean, it's a lot of guys, man.
They might move off a row too. You never know. If they feel like Jones took the step forward.
So we were going to talk about that. These are all camp moves. Let's talk about the camp moves. If Jones step up and our second round pick Hollins step up, Eric Rowe or Bobby could be shipped off in camp.
Yeah,
just like Kenny Stills and Kiko was, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And who else is like that? Do you see a potential where a Devontae could be shipped off because somebody done emerged?
Yeah, Preston.
True, because now you got Fuller and Waddle. Who else?
And you don't really need, but I mean, I don't know, man. The weird guy right now for me is Igbenogany, but obviously, he's gonna be around for another 2-3 seasons. So, where you gonna play him though? That's the question. If they're gonna put him back inside in the slot and have him and Coleman, then that means what do you do with Nick Needham? Because you tendered him.
And that's guaranteed.
That's guaranteed money. So they have a lot of what I would call good problems right now.
Noah is the guy where it doesn't matter because he's the youngest guy on the field.
Yeah.
remember with his age, his career really don't start until next year from like if he was to like come in like most of these kids.
Right.
So it's almost like sit back, keep learning for 2 years, maybe. It's not a big deal. You're still gonna get reps. You know, I don't think they really are concerned about him. Just keep showing improvement. In year 3, we need to start to see. Now we'll grade you as a rookie in year 3.
Right.
And maybe that's how they're looking at. He came in as was he like the youngest player in the NFL?
Yep.
You know, so he literally came in a year on average 2 years younger than everybody else that comes into the league. Even the 3rd-year players leaving early. So I don't think they're worried about him. They're just going to plug him in. He's going to be a Swiss Army knife. I hope they switch his position this year and just give him that much more experience. You know, he done been the corner, he done been the slide. Now put him back, let him get a few reps at safety. Yeah. And now you got a versatile player that understands the game on a whole nother level and can end up being a really good player just from that experience.
Right. I ain't gonna be mad at it, man, because like I said, it's a luxury and it's definitely a problem that is good to have, right? When you got this type of depth and this type of athleticism all over the team. So, and I think they probably looking at it the same way. Like, we're in a luxury position right now. So, but I'm telling you that wide receiver room, there's gonna be some brutal cuts, boy.
It's gonna get cutthroat. I already know. And hey, so at 81, do we get Michael Carter? Because if we talk about by committee, I mean,
what is Michael Carter really?
That's what you look for, though.
He's just he's just a more explosive version of Myles Gaskin, right?
Yeah, but hey, you know? Because if we're talking about by committee, then this is where we're supposed to pick our running back.
Facts. So who's the odd man out then? Because at that point, Larry?
There ain't no odd man out. They've been carrying 4 on the roster every game. You ain't notice that?
Yeah, but I'm saying though, if you bring in a Michael Carter, now you essentially have Brown, Ahmed, Gaskin,
Michael
Carter, right? So
that's it.
So Laird's gone.
Oh, Laird's days been numbered. You don't let freaking Gaskins and Ahmed come in and pass you up something that you've been earning more and more, and them guys just come pass you up. Laird's day, I don't even talk about Laird anymore.
I think Laird's day was number one. He fumbled that ball, bro.
Oh yeah, they took him right back out the game, and that was it.
Yeah,
you right about that. That was a crucial moment. He got in the game, in a tough game too, and he fumbled when he did.
That ball. Yeah, it was
boy, and they took him right out. I said, "Yep, he
sealed his deal."
Oh my! I literally said it. He has just impacted his future. Yeah. That one play just impacted his future, and he's a talent. I like his talent, bro.
Ain't nobody
but at the same token, you don't let Gaskins and Ahmed come in and do that. Yeah. No, Laird is the odd man out easily. It'll be interesting. I see what they do. You know, we coming up on it. We already at pick 76. 81, if they get Carter, I'm going to be honest, that's a win to me because if you look at just the simple fact that if we're doing it by committee, this is a perfect move.
That's true.
Because everybody's looking for the workhorse, bro. They looking for the 3-down back. They looking for the 3-down back. New England ain't do no 3-down back.
Nope.
So if we're doing by committee, which obviously it looked like we are, this would be the perfect pick because you bring in another great talent who can make plays and teams can pick their poison. You don't know what's coming at you.
That's true. I think it's definitely a telling thing that they actually have the conviction to stick with their plan, man. I think they know. If you look at Dolphins Twitter, man, there's people over here mad at them up, but they doing what they got to do. Yep. And I ain't mad at it, man, because I understand it. You know what I mean? I understand the logic behind. This is something we've never done before. I keep saying that over and over again, and we got to just embrace it, really and truthfully. I didn't think my cousin would slip this far, though. But
who's that?
Patrick.
Wow. Paulson Adebo goes to the Saints. They get a cornerback. They trying to figure out their secondary. Ooh, I love that because that double move looked like it got him and he was still there with it.
Paulson
Adebo?
See that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he a little dude though, man.
I get it. Yeah, but a guy put a double move, and I said, "Oh, got him!" But he kept that speed. He switched direction and got right back in it.
He got that get in phase. He really got that get in phase speed. Even if he get out, he can get back in with the quickness. So yeah, definitely better in press. There we go, and that's good for the Saints because the Saints started playing a lot more press coverage.
Ooh, and he knows how to lower his hips and changing directions. Interesting.
He just got to get his head. He got to learn to get his head around, though. That's the one thing that corners. I don't know. I didn't know. Understood that too. How these guys get to this far, and then not, not know that they need to get their head around. They go be a space guard in the league.
They say he's 6'1", bro.
What?
Yeah, so somebody saying in the comment section he's 6'1" ball game.
Where they pulling that up from? They be lying on some of these statistics, bro. That dude ain't no 6'1", man.
Somebody said Cox, Mainers, or Sermon at 81.
Cox wouldn't be a bad pickup.
Yeah, they saying he not small ball game. Here come the Chargers.
All right. Be thinking about somebody else. Hold on. What in the world happened there? Let me see.
Wide receiver. They get another weapon for
who was it?
Josh Palmer, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Reese's Senior Bowl participant. They say this kid still came up big, and they had a big quarterback issue, poorly thrown balls all the time.
That's another kid I was thinking about. That's not the guy I was thinking about. Edible. That's not the same guy I was thinking about.
See, and it's the part that sucks. A kid like this may be one of the top talented wide receiver, but the problem is he had a trash college quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Bateman did. Bateman had a trash quarterback too.
All these 1 foot and bound toe tappers. This is the NFL, baby. I want to see two.
Exactly.
But that's a good look, man. Listen,
need 2 toes, sir.
Listen, I know one thing. That boy Herbert ain't gonna miss a beat from this draft.
We will see.
Carter and Gaskins complement each other as well. Also at pick 81, Carter is an example for great running back value. This should be a no-brainer pick. Well, we'll see.
We are here again, assuming that they covet or really care about the running back position, and I just don't think it's a high priority for them, man. I just don't. I think they like what they have in Gaskins and Ahmed, and
it just reminds me. It just reminds me of New England, man. Them Super Bowl runs where they had all these guys on them rosters, you
think about it. They legitimately only had one guy that most people actually stand out and remember. That was Corey Dillon, and they had him for 2 seasons. Aside from that, everything is by committee, man. So,
man, it was one year they won a Super Bowl where the second round of the playoffs, one of the running backs had over 100 yards and ran 90% of the carries. The next game, a different running back had over 100, 90% of the carries. And the Super Bowl was a third different back, 90% of the carries.
But that's why you do it, because you throw people off, right? They can't scheme for you week to week if you got different options.
Mm-hmm. Chad Surratt goes, linebacker from North Carolina, the Vikings.
The converted, right? He's a convert, right? He was a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Las Vegas Raiders got 2 back-to-back picks right here. 79 and 80. That's a good value to have.
They need another. They need another wide receiver. Somebody else to help take the pressure off of Ruggs and what that boy name? That other wide receiver they got is wasn't Williams, was it? They got from San Diego. He came from San Diego. He was there in San Diego and went to the Raiders.
I know this car last year in Las Vegas. Watch.
Yeah.
This is last year. They're going to be in the QB market next year. Or they're going to be the team trying to make a big trade for a guy like Watson or something.
Slovis to the Raiders.
Oh, wow.
But watch who come out of nowhere and jump on everybody's radar. JT Daniels from Georgia. Watch. He was at USC. He got hurt. Slovis went in, battled with that other kid they had there, and got the job. And JT tore his knee up. If he hadn't tore his knee up, we wouldn't even know about Slovis. But
shout out to Chris Greer, Dolphins Godfather.
Yeah. Quinn Menares might be the pick. Could be. Who took Creed Humphrey?
I don't even remember. Let me look it up. You know they know in the comment section. Some of these guys be on it, man.
Yeah. I've been sitting here doing a Madden draft, man. I trust them. I trust them to do what they're supposed to do. So that's why I wasn't even really that.
The Chiefs got him.
Oh, dang.
Another one.
Andy Reid does definitely, and Andy Reid definitely do his homework. That's for sure.
But they protecting the future because they got to get cheaper too, bro.
Yeah,
they gotta because next year they gotta shed a lot of them big contracts. That's a team that got to get younger, but they doing it right, bringing in young guys now. What you think about our picks so far, TD? Man, I love them.
Letting Schwartz and Fisher both go save them a lot of money too.
Yeah.
So
but they still got work to do though to set them books right for next year. Even with the cap going up, they gonna have to do a few things.
Yeah.
And moves like this with Humphreys, I ain't gonna lie, that's a power move there.
Yeah, he'd probably start for them.
Yeah. And be at a really good price, bro.
Third round. What round he went to them in?
Second, number 63.
He'll start.
Yeah,
he'll start for them.
And that's how you save money, man.
Yeah.
That's how you save money. A guy of his talent, be a starter.
I just understand what there had to be something out there, bro, that somebody ain't talking about why he dropped so far. Because arguably, if he had come out last year, he would have been first round pick. But he decided to stay.
Yeah. Everybody's saying they got to steal with that one.
Yeah, big time.
I agree. The Chiefs steal Creed Humphreys. It's crazy.
Buccaneers gearing up again for another run at it.
Yeah. They're going to be all right, man, for the next 2 years, I give them. And you see, basically, you know what's even crazier about it? They got everybody back.
Yep. Including Antonio. Yeah.
And Brady restructures his deal again and give him voidable years so that they could just spread his money out for even if he retired in 2 years or so, they still be paying him technically.
Yeah. I can't believe the Rams took Tutu Atwell over Marshall, man. It's crazy to me.
You don't like Tutu?
Come on, man. 146 pounds? 146 pounds, bro?
They see something in him. Trask got picked. And then the Bucks, that's crazy. The Bucks let me tell you something that's interesting to me. The Bucks get Trask, and they're going to see if they can develop him behind Brady. And the Texans get a quarterback too in the third round. And he's going to come be a backup day one and just well, you never know, man. You know,
I don't know why everybody's so high on this Menarez kid, man.
What if it's a Dak Prescott situation?
So it's lots of possibilities, man.
What's taking so long for the Raiders' first pick? They need to run both their picks up there at the same time. They back to back.
Yeah, they had all this time to watch all these kids go, so it's not like unless they just slept. You know, it could be sleep at the wheel, which would be par for the course for the Raiders. So, John Gruden, man. I think he thinks he a lot smarter than he really is, man. So I don't care what nobody say. Tony Dungy built that Bucks team. He just happened to come in and tweak the offense just a bit to be able to get things in place, and they won the bowl with him. But that was all, in my opinion, that was all Dungy doing.
Hey, y'all, hit that like button. We got 700 people watching. We got 564 likes. Let's get 600 likes, y'all. Appreciate y'all rocking with us tonight. They're about to announce the Raiders pick. Man, now I'm sitting here like, man, I can't wait for this season. Are you going to any games, ball game?
Yeah, I've slated to go. My boys and I said we're going to be looking to go to at least 4.
Hey, wait, where you at again now?
Kissimmee.
Oh, so you ain't that far from me.
Where you at?
I'm in Central Florida.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. All right, man. We're gonna have to link up sometime.
Facts.
Get a few people together, man.
Yeah, I'm with it.
I'm thinking about doing the Jacksonville because it's right down the street.
Right up the road. Yep.
You know, then the Bucks game right down the street.
Yep. That's definitely two of the 4 for us.
I'm gonna be going. I'm gonna probably be the last because I was thinking 4 too, outside of maybe one home game. I was thinking about doing Tennessee, and then doing Las Vegas.
Yeah, that would be nice because that stadium is lit.
Yeah, I mean that'll be a good experience to see that stadium. So those are my 4 away.
Zaya. So what do you think? Come here. Let me ask my son. Watch this.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about what do you think about the Jags, Bucks, Tennessee, and Raider games for our away games to go see the Dolphins play? Yeah. Book it. There it is.
Hey, let's do it. And maybe one home game. I just got to figure out what that'll be.
Yeah, I seen the stadium in Miami, so I ain't really that.
Yeah, I just have to do one home game.
Yeah.
But I prefer to be right here.
I'm with you.
But since it's 17 games, you know, I could do 5 of them out of this room.
That's real. We're gonna be looking to start this channel soon. Now that they're here.
Yeah, man. I can't wait, man.
I gotta get my waiting on my desk to come in.
You could do Las Vegas.
There we go.
Malcolm Coos. Oh, they did bring up both of their picks.
Yeah.
Yeah, they brought up both picks. So they got a linebacker out of Buffalo. Because he got 2 cards in his hand. So they're probably going to announce both picks. 80th pick.
Oh, son.
Divine Diablo. Wow.
Yeah, man. John Gruden always going somewhere you don't expect.
That's crazy. They went safety. Dolphins on the board, baby. Let's go. Super Bowl. Go draft Tim Tebow, baby.
They hoping they find another Khalil Mack.
Yeah, hoping.
Yeah, that kid's undersized though, man. Well, he ain't undersized, I guess, but he.
Our pick is in. They ran it up there. It was instantly. What are we gonna do, y'all? Everybody talking Trey Sermon. Ooh.
It ain't gonna matter. Everybody gonna be upset if it ain't the pick they wanted. So
of course, yep.
let's see.
It's either a center.
It's either the center, the running back, or the zero tech.
Yeah.
Which
How you pronounce his name? Miners.
Miners.
Miners, Gainwell, or Carter.
Yeah. Yeah, buddy.
I don't want them to take a tackle though.
Yeah, I like the Diablo kid from Virginia Tech. Yeah. He's a big hitter. I wouldn't say big hitter, but he didn't shy away from contact. Like, come on now, let's go.
Wow, we just picked linebackers.
Oh, the Raiders took Morrig anyway at 43.
We just got a linebacker, Sean Bradley. Ball game,
what?
Like, who the heck is that? No, I'm just playing. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Oh man, stop playing, bro.
People like, who? What? Who is that? Oh man, I just made up a name. Who is that on the stage?
I don't know. My thing, mine a little bit behind yours.
Who on the stage, y'all? The best corner on the team.
So, Xavier Howard?
Byron Jones.
Oh, Byron doing the pick?
Yeah. They know what time it is. They best player on the team.
Fully vaccinated draft room, Davie, Florida.
Tight end, they did. Hunter Long. Boston College, the tight end.
Oh, that dude is a dog, bro.
Ooh, I like that one.
He is a dog.
Listen,
he is a dog. TD, he is a dog.
Listen, let me tell you something.
Man.
I had him in my late rounds. Let me tell you, I just thought that Pitts was the target, so I didn't even bother. But I love Boston College, man.
Another weapon, dog.
We don't have a tight end under contract after next year.
Nope. I like that kid. Hey, I like this pick, though. I really do.
People gonna be mad about it because it ain't one of the guys they wanted. But I'm telling you, you know why they like him. You know why they really like him. Straight up, complete tight end. Listen, you don't get that much better from blocking as this guy, and he can catch out the backfield, and he runs like a wide receiver. He is elusive. He can move his body, man.
That's a good pick.
He is a problem, man.
That's a good pick right there.
Now the way he uses his arms with athleticism, he can't stack up with Gesicki. You know, like the one-handed this and all of that.
Right.
That type of athleticism. But this kid is talented, man.
Yeah, that's a good pick. That's a definitely solid pick.
I did not see this happening whatsoever. And he was one of the guys that I said we can get in a later round, but I just thought Pitts was the guy.
It's an A grade, baby.
Yeah.
It's an A grade so far right now.
Wow.
That is an awesome. Look at that, man. That is an awesome pickup, bro.
Hey, Mike Gesicki on notice.
Yes, sir.
Or it's a double tight end set. This kid can block, though.
Yeah.
That's what you got to understand. He can block very well, and he gives you that versatility.
I think the Smythe experiment is over.
Man, a complete tight end, man.
Don't matter.
Man, I got to see what Dolphin World saying right now, man. If they hating or not.
They mad.
I got to see if they hating. Adam Beasley, Mike Gesicki is in the final year of his contract.
Yep.
Oh, my gosh.
I hope Reason don't hurt himself.
I know he wanted Michael Carter, one of them guys, man.
Yeah.
Dolphins now with 6 tight ends, but ain't none of them really under contract after this year. Except for Long, Hunter Long, baby. That's our future, ladies and gentlemen. 3rd round pick, Hunter Long. Hold on, when did we draft Gesicki? Trying to remember.
Well, considering this is the 4th year, coming to his 4th year, you go back, what, 3 seasons? So 2019, 18? Thanks. Led the country with 57 catches on 88 targets as a tight end for 685 yards with 5 touchdowns last season.
Led the country last year.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah, I like it too. I like it a lot.
Hey, hold on. What other tight ends have gone?
Just Freiermuth and Pitts. Yep. Just Freiermuth and Pitts.
Nobody better not say nothing about Tua being taken care of, bro. They are giving.
Clump did tell us that last night, though. When I was talking to him last night, he said that the Dolphins was going to take another tight end. So he was right about the tight end, and I was right about the safety.
Did they tell us what round Gesicki was in?
No. I didn't look. I'm not sure.
All right, here we go. Mike Gesicki.
He was 2nd round, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was 42nd overall.
Yeah.
Man, if we can get listen, this
ball
is gonna
game.
be
What
interesting.
What did he say? Ball game. You like what? What did he say? Ball game. You like what?
Oh, I don't know. Hey, I like this though. Ball game.
He said I like every damn pick. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I like every pick? What's wrong with them? You can't find 2 things or 3 things wrong with any of these guys that they picked up. All these guys are solid.
There ain't nobody saying
solid players. So
all these people criticizing ain't saying this guy sucks at this guy sucks at that, this guy sucks at that. No, these are some really good players.
Half of these kids they never even seen play when they out here criticizing them. So why wouldn't I?
Exactly.
Why wouldn't I like the pick? Every guy that they done picked thus far, I done seen tape on. I done watched them play. You know what I mean? They did their due diligence. I like this. I like this draft.
Yep. But you know what, ball game? It's gonna be harder to secure a contract with Gesicki than it is Baker. And that's an indication of this as well.
Yeah.
Miami Brown, wide receiver, North Carolina, goes to Washington. Miami is gearing up, bro. That's 2 pass catchers and 2 blockers.
Yep.
And the reason why I say 2 blockers because we got 1, but this kid can block.
There won't be no reason for anybody to have anything to say. He gonna have all the support he needs.
Oh man, I can't wait to see how many people crying because we ain't get their guys. Oh my gosh, this is just perfect for me, man. I'm loving what we're doing.
They gotta learn to love the colors, man, over the names.
Now y'all need a QB to go with all that talent. Oh,
here we go.
Oh man. This is crazy though.
Not what I expected. I thought they were gonna blow this 2nd round, but they solidified the second, just like they solidified these 2 rounds like they did first.
Yeah. Somebody said, why did we take a tight end? First of all, we don't have a tight end under contract after this year. With guaranteed money. Second off, you don't know what's going to happen with Mike Gesicki. Mike Gesicki just might say, nah, I'm okay. I want to hit the free market.
Yep.
So now you bring in a tight end that can either split some of the targets or take some of your reps, and your value can go down in your contract year, which makes it even that much more likely for us to sign Gesicki.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, chess, not checkers, ladies and gentlemen.
There's not much not to like about what they did in this draft.
At all. It just ain't the exact player people wanted, like individually. Look at Tommy Tremble goes off the board at tight end from Notre Dame. The Panthers are probably that was probably their contingency plan. See, when a position is taken right after, that tells you they probably were even going in after this kid.
Yep.
Swamp Keeper 5 said that's sinister, TD. Of course it's sinister. Do you know we've been doing this for years, bro? The Miami Dolphins been doing this for like 3 years now. Especially at the receiver and running back position. Devalue the position by bringing in multiple guys, splitting all the reps. Your numbers go down. You'll still have value in your talent, but at the end of the day, when the numbers ain't on up there, your number, you don't get that money. And if you don't get that money, we get to re-sign you on a big deal, a much more friendly deal, and then we unleash you.
It's business, baby.
Then we unleash you. This is how you got to get. This is what you got to do to stay in contention. You want to be able to spread the ball around. Don't let nobody get too high. Put it like this. I'd rather 4 900-yard receivers
than one
1,500-yard pass catcher and the rest of them at 600.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's about, man. Give me 5 guys on the team that had 800 yards. That's what it's about. Now you're playing with the salary when you do that. The value ain't there. And you got a better chance to re-sign. And it's another weapon either way. See, one thing y'all ain't talking about as well. What happened if Gesicki get hurt? Oh, nobody talking about that.
They be whining and complaining about, oh, we ain't got nobody behind him. Shaheem ain't gonna do it, but now you got a guy. You know?
And it's a problem. Nobody talking about that because when Gesicki getting nicked up last year, when he getting nicked up and banged up, and we were like, man, I hope he play.
Yep.
Brendan Smith said this draft is an A, even without a running back. Jalen Phillips is the steal of the draft. That kid is gonna be something special. I feel it deep in my bones. I hope the bones got some good. You've been drinking your milk.
Well.
Cowboys. Chauncey Golston, defensive end. They stand in defense. They know what they had to do. They know what they had to do in Dallas. And you know what? I got to commend Dallas. At least they keeping their focus. They're keeping their focus on what they need to do.
Well, they took Joseph. I didn't know that. They took Joseph, the cornerback from
Kentucky. Yeah.
And they doing all defense. Cause that was their biggest issue. They couldn't stop nobody from scoring, man. You giving up 27.
Yeah, exactly.
You giving up 20. What was it? 27 points a game.
It's crazy. Gesicki has gotten better every year, and I'm here for it. And hopefully he keeps getting better. But he gonna have to do that, sharing some reps now.
Mm-hmm.
He gonna have to do that, sharing some reps. And I'm gonna tell you another thing: if they don't come to an agreement, if they don't finalize something on a Gesicki deal, just like Laramie Tunsil, they could trade him this year. They could trade him this year in camp.
Right. If this kid show up in camp and show out, bro, they might do that.
Yeah, because this is the highest value you're gonna get for Gesicki. Because you ain't gonna sit this kid on the bench if he's talented, which he is, and he's gonna get a lot of reps on first down, bro.
But we gotta trade
because who traded?
Green Bay.
TD, why is everyone riding off Myles Gaskins? I don't think they're writing him off. They don't see him as a 3-down back.
It won't have to be with Brown in the fold.
Green Bay gets a wide receiver, Amari Rodgers.
Oh, my goodness. Clemson.
Wow.
Did anybody take my guy yet? St. Brown? Amon Ross St. Brown?
Not that I remember. So that means probably, yeah.
He going to be a steal, bro.
Man. I might be starting some stuff, man, but I'm gonna tell you now, if Watson fixes stuff, man, bro, you might have an Xavier Howard, Mike Gesicki, Jakeem Grant, and future first round pick package, man, because this team is built, bro. This team is built, ball game. We sitting here hoping that our quarterback take the next step, but this team is built.
I ain't listening to you.
Oh man.
No, hey. you ain't getting you ain't drawing me in. Nope.
Oh man, we built, ball game. We making players expendable in the trade.
Yeah, man, that's true. I can't deny that.
I mean, they're making a few guys easy move-ons from.
I like this kid, man.
Who's that?
Amari Rodgers.
Oh, the receiver. Yeah.
Oh. He the reason Ross. He the reason Ross decided to go back for one. I mean, because
yeah.
Trevor loved that dude, and now Ross get to catch passes from DJ Uglialia. Man, JOK went to the Browns. I'm late. Pittsburgh got a good tight end too in Fairmouth.
Yeah, they did.
Seattle got more speed with Eskridge. He's a reach for me though. I mean, he's a fast, but he's unpolished. He's raw. Basham gonna be a better player than Russo. Watch that in Buffalo.
That's going to be an interesting one. We played it smart, build a solid team in preparation for Watson and the large cap next year.
I'm kind of see you done started that up again, TD.
Hey man, I was just playing, man. I'm getting off.
But you see that and ran. But the people already started running with it again.
Hey, but at least we do have the flexibilities of knowing if Tua are going to be the guy before we do something like that.
Well,
due to the situation.
That's true.
And we picked up an extra first round pick of the future just in case we do need to do something like that. So listen, man, we done built our team and have a contingency for the future, man. You couldn't ask for Greer to have done this any better. This was a beautiful job done by this front office.
People still gonna be upset, and I don't understand it.
I don't know why people keep on telling me to stop the fake hype when deep down inside I'm disappointed. I'm a grown man. Ain't no another grown man can speak for me or tell me how I feel. What is wrong with some of y'all? See, that's that feminine energy, man. Y'all better stop that mess.
It's that beta stuff, man.
That's that beta male. What did I heard something lately? That's them grass eating lions, man. Them grass eating lions, man.
Yeah.
Man, be telling other men what to do with themselves. Man. I'm good with these picks because I say I'm good with it, all right? Man, listen, the Dolphins built something special. I'm giving logic behind why I feel the way that I feel. I don't have an issue with none of the picks that they pick. Yeah, I could have said, hey, I would have liked that guy or that guy, but I could also see the reasoning behind everybody that they pick. There is reasoning behind every single pick they made, and nobody can deny that. Yeah, you might have wanted this guy instead at that position or that guy, but nobody can deny there is great reasoning behind every single pick. Jalen Waddle, we ain't got a young slot to save our life on this roster that's top notch. Phillips, we just lost Van Noy and Shaq Lawson, and Ogba is even on a contract year, and it's the best pass rusher in the league. Safety, we got two guys that didn't even originally play safety that we worked out, and we bring in the future at the position. Then we go get a tackle / guard who is very talented and probably is going to be a day one starter. And then we come up on the back end and get a tight end when we dealing with Mike Gesicki's contract situation. And what's wrong with a nice double tight end set? It may not be pitched, but we act like two good tight ends ain't gonna be dangerous.
They don't see it, bro.
There is great logic behind everything the Dolphins did.
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to be sitting here poo-pooing and crying because it ain't the exact guy that I might have wanted, because we didn't get Najee, because we didn't get Smith. Stop all that whining, man. G Firm with the donation said, much love to my man TD and Big Homie Ball Game. Do y'all like Mike Carter or Gainwell will be there for us at 156? Not likely.
Not likely.
Not likely at all, man. Andres with the donation said, I already got that one.
I just told people, man, you gotta take a look at. They've told you a long time ago how they felt about the running back position. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to respond to that. So.
And what they are answering that. No, it is what. Oh, you mean the comment? But they're answering it, man. Everybody like, but no running back again. First of all, our biggest issue in the run game wasn't even the back. It was the lack of being able to even create lanes on the O-line. All right. And number two, they've already spelled out to y'all that we plan on doing it by committee. The hot guy goes, and if they ain't going, we switch up the type of pacer back that we put in. And yeah, I believe they still want to target a guy. But at the same token, we're doing just fine.
Where did they get the two that we got now? 7th round and undrafted, right? Miles Gaston was a 7th round pick, and Ahmed was undrafted. So, dude, average 90 yards. Man. Dude, average 90 yards a game, bro. Like, they're not gonna just not go back and see if they can get more out of him with better O-line play. Like, that'd be crazy. The committee concept works. We've seen it work. We just gotta commit to it. We gotta get over this. I mean, we would have loved the bell cow, but I just don't think that,
And I think we're doing it the right way, man. And we need to get another one just in case, we have injury concerns, because that was the issue as well.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, there's hoping. Pittsburgh. Oh, Lord. Run. DMC.
Nothing better than being a Pittsburgh Steeler, huh?
Mm-hmm. Cameron Wolf just reported Dolphins general manager Chris Grier said they have good running backs on their roster, listing Myles Gaskins and Malcolm Brown as examples.
See?
When asked about missing out on top-tier running backs, Grier mentioned when you draft for needs, you often reach for players.
See?
That's exactly what we're doing. Well, we could have got him there. When you draft for a need, you're going to reach. You're going to reach. And that ain't my words for all y'all who getting mad. That's Chris Grier out his own mouth. He's fine. He likes the running backs we got already.
Right? What's there not to like about him?
Exactly. Because it ain't their college, the college guy that they liked and they like to have on this roster. See, and man, I ain't gonna lie. There's a part of me that see that's the stuff I be talking about. It'd be a part of me wishing, like last year, I had wished that we had taken one of them running backs. And then if they didn't do well because of this old line, they would have been like, man, we drafted a bust running back.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's that part that I don't get. But hey,
my thing is this, man. At the end of the day, right? All these guys, no one knows what these guys are gonna do. You know what I'm saying? But in the spirit of being fair, right? You hope that they actually blossom into being great professionals, But it's hit and miss all the time. So wanting a player so much to the point that you can't see the beauty in what these guys have done and picking these other players. That to me is just short-sightedness, man. And I just don't understand how you can't see how he tore this thing completely down, and now you got a roster full of legitimate legitimate NFL players that we can go out here and probably potentially compete with anyone on any given Sunday.
Exactly.
And be in the midst of it all, bro. Like, that's to me what. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
That to me is that's what this thing is supposed to be all about, right? Being able to go out and compete at the highest level every given Sunday to get yourself in a position to actually be able to extend your season into the playoffs. You don't do that with just setting out for one guy or one big name. You know, like they took the luxury picks and they made them into legitimate guys that are going to be able to consistently, like all three of those first picks are going to play significant time for us this year. I would even venture to all four, because Eichenberg probably going to start at right tackle. So all those players, they contribute right away.
That's the thing. Every single player, you're right. Every single player that we picked up might be a day one starter, including the freaking tight end. Jamie Bahamas made a good point earlier when I was on the stream, because he's right. I noticed that all year. And when you look at the depth chart, Gesicki was never listed as the number one tight end.
Facts.
And that was true. He was never listed as the number one because they always put the blocker as the number one, primarily first down guy.
Yep.
And this guy, believe it or not, could come in and be the number one tight end. I mean, y'all, some of y'all like, oh, y'all tripping. No, trust me when I tell you, when it's all said and done, this guy is the true epitome of a tight end. He does it all. Is he the best? Is he a Kyle Pitts? No, but he does every single aspect of the position and does it well.
Right.
And another thing he does well, ball game, I debate with anyone. I wouldn't even tell you he run better routes than Mike Gesicki.
That part.
I wouldn't tell you he run better routes than this man.
The film tell you that.
Gesicki is just a guy who high points and is athletic as all can be.
Yep, the film tells you that. You can look at the film and it tell you that he's a better route runner.
Facts,
which has been my biggest gripe with Gesicki all along. He get the route running down. I'd say he's a top receiver. I mean, he's a top wide receiver.
Somebody say we didn't need a tight end, so if Gesicki decided to opt out, then where are you? Then what you gonna do?
They're missing it.
If Gesicki say, you know what, I want to hit the free market, then what you gonna do?
They missing it, bro.
And once again, we can sit here and be honest and talk about Gesicki's deficiencies, blocking and running routes, but we just want to ignore that when we got an opportunity to get a guy that does all of that well. It makes no sense to me. See, some of y'all, you ain't really trying to win a Super Bowl. You ain't thinking Super Bowl. Come on, be honest with yourself. Please go compare Najee's stats to Myles Gaskin's college stats, LOL, and go see how biased people are. Never did. I'll have to go check it out. TD, I want to know from you, if Tua plays well next season, would you still want to Watson trade? You have to define play well. So I'm going to define it for you. If he plays above average and gives, like I said, if I had him at a 5 before, if he plays 7 football, no, I don't want Watson. I don't want Watson at that point.
Fair enough.
At this very minute, I would pull the trigger in a heartbeat. But if Tua takes the next step, and even if you still see areas of where growth can be, if I see another level, a next step, no, I don't want. What I need Watson for? Because let me tell you, the way this team is constructed, all you need is Tua to be a 7, and I think you would have the Baltimore Joe Flacco situation where they won a Super Bowl.
Facts.
Elite defense, running the ball, and he's making big enough plays to get it done. You ain't asking him to throw the ball 40 times a game, just 22 to 28.
What you do then is you have equal distribution of the load.
Exactly.
And everyone. And he doesn't have to Yeah.
No, Watson. No, I don't want Watson. Not only do I not want Watson, now we even got even more draft capital for the future.
Yep.
To just bring in some of these other positions, for the future. Replacing players.
Repeat.
Just,
watch, repeat. Yeah.
So that's the beauty of this situation, because I don't care what nobody say. Miami was given a full port press this offseason for Watson. Yeah. But when all that stuff happened, all of that was out the window. And that's the best thing that could have happened to us.
Yeah.
Nico Collins, Michigan wide receiver, goes to the Texans.
They definitely put that's a nice pick.
Yeah, bring in Tebow as tight end if Gesicki leaves.
Oh, Lord.
Jordan says Super Bowl is won by teams, not individuals. This team is built to be disciplined and efficient. Listen, Jordan, I couldn't have said it any better.
I couldn't have said it any better. About. That's someone that knows what they're talking about.
Exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah, there we go.
But we keep on getting mad we didn't get the individual. When we bringing in players that fit our team's mold, our build, what we're looking for. Our offense is officially loaded. Parker, Gesicki, Fuller, Waddle, Long, Williams, Long. This season AFC Championship is now our goal. I couldn't rule it out. If Tua takes that next step, who can rule it out? Who can rule that out, bro? The sky is the limit. The sky is the limit. Tua takes it, and this man ain't got to be Mahomes, Brady-esque. If he just takes the next step, the sky is the limit.
That's it.
Now, these guys are young. They still got to learn the playbook. They still got to go through their first rookie season and acclimate. But the roster was already built before these guys.
The beauty of this process is that the guys that we just picked up, they don't have to come in, and they're not coming in to be asked to carry an entire load. They're just coming in and asked to contribute. Fact. Come in, learn your role, do your part, and you'll be good.
And when's our next pick ball game?
I don't think we have another pick until the 5th.
1:30?
Yeah, 1:30 something. Yeah, we got a while. But even then, at this point right now, I wouldn't be surprised if they just trade those out for something for next year and be done with it. We got 4 solid. We got 5 solid picks. 5 solid players.
5 solid players.
They're gonna contribute. I mean, a lot of teams can't say that. A lot of teams reached and took guys that probably won't even see the field this year. But we legitimately got a whole haul of guys that are gonna contribute early and often.
And guaranteed. All of these guys you can see will have playing time this year.
Yep.
Every single one of these guys will have playing time.
So I don't know, man. I don't understand people's logic sometimes. Or being upset about the fact that they built the defense last year. You got to go through the process of building the offense. Maybe what you wanted is not what they gave you, but they gave you quality players at these picks. They did their homework. If nothing else, they did their homework.
I can't wait, man. All I'm gonna say is, I want to know where these same people gonna be if we make it to the playoffs and make some noise.
Oh, they'll be
right
there. I want to know
where these same people gonna be.
They'll be right there talking about, I knew it.
Exactly.
I knew it.
Yeah.
You see what we did? I knew it.
Exactly. They ain't gonna come back and be like, man, I was so wrong. No, they're not.
Nope,
they're just gonna tell you that you wrong right now.
Yeah. Well,
beautiful, man.
But what I was saying was, all this extra
because but we still could have had that guy. But even though this was good for our team and it worked out, but we still could have had. My point exactly.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we got to wait it out and see what happens. We got to wait it out and see what happens. And part of the biggest problem is we've always had a negative outlook on everything that this team does.
Man, when Marino retired, bro, the fan base immediately got so toxic. It was like everybody that came in and tried to at least try to compete in the position, they were still holding them to the standards of a guy that arguably we were blessed with, that we probably never see a guy ever come in this organization like that again. It ain't like, see, this is the crazy part. Like I was talking to Reason about this the other day. Like in the 48-year history of the Green Bay Packers, they've only had 3 quarterbacks, bro. Bart Starr for 16 years, Brett Favre for 16 years, and Aaron Rodgers is now in his 16th season.
That's crazy.
Right?
That's crazy.
But that's excellence.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like that's crazy, like good.
And they
you
all
had
did it.
3 back-to-back quarterbacks.
But what they did, they all did it with a program where Bart Starr, Favre sat behind him. Right? Then they got Rodgers, and Rodgers sat behind Favre until it was time to turn it over.
For several years.
Yeah.
And Jordan Love, I can only imagine what's brewing over there with him. Because Jordan Love is the guy that I thought that we would actually take last year, believe it or not. I can only imagine what they're brewing over there in Green Bay with Jordan Love. You never know, bro.
He is uber talented, bro. And he mobile. Scary combination. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see what happens. Because I think for me, at this point right now, I understand where Aaron Rodgers is and his request to not want to be there anymore, because for the Playboy days for him are over, man. He trying to settle down. He trying to start a family. He finna get married. You know what I mean? And he's just like, you see what he said? His request was, send me west so I can get closer to home, because he from Chico. So
wow.
So
the Browns out here getting these weapons, man.
Man,
you think Odell out of there?
No. No, but they did. They definitely needed depth at the position. They took another wide receiver.
Yeah, Speedy.
Who is it?
Hold on, let me go back. Tennessee Titans get a linebacker. They doing just like the Cowboys. They know their biggest issues is defense.
Did I hear Monty something?
Yeah, Monty Rice.
Monty Rice. Yeah, I like that kid from Georgia, right?
Yeah, all SEC first team.
Yeah, I like him. I liked him. The fact that they didn't go after a linebacker, that tell you that they comfortable with Jerome Baker.
Yeah, at least for now.
Well, now, yeah.
I think they feel like, but that's an easier deal to get done from a contract standpoint.
Exactly.
That is an easy deal. He's not warranted the big money.
Right.
And they'll be respectful and give him the right offer. Is Mike Gesicki, who was warranted the big money, and that's probably what it helped influence this move.
Well,
so if they can get a good deal for Gesicki, they'll have beautiful double tight ends. If they can't, they just got to move on.
Gotta move on. Yeah,
they got to move on. So they getting their insurance. That's why I like the pick. They're getting their insurance.
Can't be out here, man, with your pants down, bro. Gotta have.
Yeah, who knows? They might just be sitting here trying to duplicate that what New England was trying to do back in the day with Gronk and Hernandez.
That was nasty, wasn't it?
But you can't listen. What teams have 2 tight ends this balling?
Just
Patriots now. Well, you see what I mean?
And we'll see. The Bucks will have that once OJ Howard is back healthy. They'll have Howard and Gronk.
Man.
Yeah. Forgot about them, huh? Yeah.
Just imagine a 5-wide set with both of these tight ends, Waddle underneath, and Fuller and Parker on the outside.
It's a problem, bro. It is a legitimate problem.
Come on, man.
Teams are gonna really have a hard time scheming.
Collectively, we can go to having literally the number 1 wide receiver core if they use it the right way.
Yeah, I think arguably the only other group that will give us a run for our money right now is the one they put together over there in Arizona. Because if you think about it, they got D-Hop, they got AJ Green, they got Andy Isabella, they got Christian Kirk, and now they just grabbed Rondale Moore.
But which group will be younger?
Younger, ours.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
will Javen Holland and Byron Jones replace Oh no, Brandon Jones replaced Rowan McCain. I'm sure that's the goal.
Yeah,
that's the goal.
That's
and
the
this year,
goal.
they don't have to this year,
right?
But that should be the goal. That's what you bring them in for, to eventually move on from them guys.
Yep. I think what we probably will wind up seeing more so than anything will be a lesser role for Rowe and a more responsibilities for Jones. It'll be a seamless transition. Obviously it won't be something that happens immediately, but they'll transition them out the right way.
This NFL is cutthroat, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing is guaranteed, but once again, I'm man. I feel like our team. You see, that's the big thing. If our team was pretty good last year, did we get better today?
Yes. Yes.
That's the important thing here. Did we get better?
We got better last night.
Facts.
Exponentially last night. Just Waddle, man. What Waddle brings to the table, just oh my. And then you turn around and now you just added another element to the tight end position. People were screaming about the right tackle. I know they wanted Jenkins, but Eichenberg is going to be just as good, I believe, if not better. So there's really not much to complain about. Well, people just going to complain anyway, just because, like you said, they didn't get the guy they wanted. Maybe the guy you wanted didn't fit the scheme, or was not high, or wasn't as high on the priority list. That's why I never really did that. Past the first round, I just said that they needed to take quality players at positions that I felt that were really positions that we had, a need, or we needed to fill. So, and there was a lot of safeties, so they couldn't have went wrong really. But to get one of the top two.
Facts. And my bad. Buffalo gets Spencer Brown, bro. The tackle.
The tackle. Yeah.
Those bums. He physical though. I'll tell you that about Spencer Brown.
Oh yeah, big time. Big time.
I just feel like
But you got what we I'm
not a fan of his body build. Like he can get caught up on like good NFL moves will get him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's long. He's like extraordinarily long.
He's top heavy.
Yeah. So he's gonna have a lot of problems with guys that can bend real well. You know what I mean? Or guys that got double moves and coming right at him, like take him inside, take him outside, and then bend on him. He gonna have problems with them guys because he legitimately. Shit, he should have went to the NBA.
Jordan Futcher, the donation said, "Remember, the coaches are watching every single play a kid plays in college. The good, bad, and lazy. Trust the process." Hey, you hit it on the nail with that lazy part, because a lot of that stuff happens, man. Everybody else watching highlights. And you're right. Coaches are watching the good, the bad, and the lazy. There's a lot of things that go into these decisions.
Oh, yeah.
And they have watched more film than anybody.
Yeah, I'm definitely sick of. I was sick of watching film. I got to the point, really and truthfully, after I did like my sons and I did a couple mocks, man. I was just like, why am I doing this? The Dolphins gonna do what the hell they want to do. I just need to be up on these players. You know what I'm saying? To be able to have conversations with people about it and know what the hell I'm talking about. Aside from that, Dolphins gonna do what they want to do. I ain't got no dog in the fight. I'm here for the colors over anything. So
that's why I stopped, bro. I stopped boring people, bro.
Yeah.
I stopped boring people with all the mocks and all that stuff, man. Like I said, always, 99% of your mocks don't single player. Yeah. Like literally not a single player ball game typically goes on all the mocks we done did. Ain't many people had Waddle at 6. They had him maybe if we traded out. Ain't nobody had Phillips at 18. I did, but again, I didn't even think it would happen because I thought he would either be gone.
Yep, I had him going earlier than that, so he would definitely wasn't on mine. But when I was surprised as hell last night when they did it. They pulled it. I was like, oh, okay, I ain't mad at it. Christmas came early, you know what I mean?
Exactly. I'm trying to hook these headphones up.
I don't believe they pay Ogba. Why you? To be honest with you,
what'd you say?
I don't believe they pay Ogba.
They move on from him.
Yep.
I mean, how old is Ogba now?
He'll be who is this dude? I got a ring. Who was that? Who was that? Humphrey?
Who? Ben Cleveland?
No. Who was the dude up here doing the Ravens selection?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Cause he just stood up there and talking about, oh, it is what it is. I got a ring.
What was that about?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm good.
Oh, okay. God, Ben Cleveland. Oh, I love this kid.
Who's that?
Georgia, Ben Cleveland.
Mm.
Yeah. Lisa ball game. Do you feel our O-line is done? Yeah, I think they're gonna roll with what they done brought in, man. I mean, I think we're gonna get a lot of great production out of our guys from last year, and Jackson and Kenley and Hunt, and adding Eichenberg. Well, maybe center. They might still try to
I think in the later round they can grab another guard potentially.
Will they need him though?
No, it's the case of after this year, all these bridges will be gone. You know, you need somebody to be backed up behind it. You know. I mean, look at the receiving core. You know, why not do the same thing with the O-line? Bring in as many as you can, let them compete. Let's try to figure out, you know, because I mean, people know you get some good talent coming out of the 5th and 6th round sometimes on the O-line. I mean, through the whole draft period, you know.
I think the best round in this draft is by far going to be the 4th round.
Yeah, and we don't have a single pick.
Yep, there's still a gang of good players out here, man. It's just crazy how this, and a vast majority, like I'm gonna be honest with you, I would still take a chance on a Dylan Moses. Just because if he had come out instead of staying, if he had come out, he would have been a 1st round pick. He was a top linebacker. He was a top rated linebacker that year. And he stayed with Smitty for his senior year. Had he not stayed and came out of the junior, he would have been the number 1 linebacker off the board. Middle linebacker. So that's one of those situations where staying another year screws you out of, because now he potentially might not even get drafted. And he got hurt. It's a sad situation.
I don't know why when your stock is that high, you got to go.
Yeah. I don't know who was advising him or what they promised him or what they told him, but he should have left when he had the chance. He would have definitely been a 1st round pick, high 1st round pick too. And there you go. The best running back last year Robinson was definitely undrafted. That's what I'm saying. You don't need to spend these teams really and truthfully don't feel the same way nowadays about the running back position. So they're not going to spend these picks on them. You know what I mean? Not high ones anyway. When they moved up, when they were trying to move to go get ETN and that didn't happen, I think that killed it for them in regards to running backs. They were like, you know what? We ain't going to even worry about it. We good with the guys we got.
Akeem Talib just keep on.
He love every pick we done made, right?
He raving about all the moves we making.
They're great moves, man. Like undeniable, bro. They legitimately knocked it out of the park. Couldn't really ask for a better draft. in terms of what they got for each.
He said the Dolphins on fire. They making all the right moves.
Yeah, for every pick they got quality. Not one pick. I'm not looking sideways at one. So,
man,
and I'm a big critic, and I've been one of the biggest critics, and I don't have nothing. I criticized the crap out of last year's draft, but this one, yeah, they nailed this one.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm sitting here in my brain trying to reason with other people and say, you know, what should we have done that would have, you know. And I'm just sitting here like, man, we could have took this person, but at the same token, every single time I think to myself, well, we took this person instead, but it's more impactful from our team's situation.
Yeah.
Like we could have had a few luxuries, but it still wasn't addressing some of our situational things.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
And that's where I'm like, because the whole Kyle Pitts thing, they may want to re-up on Mike Gesicki and come in and get this new tight end. And that's why I took Kyle Pitts. You know, I'm fine with my guy, Mike Gesicki, and our new guy. Maybe that's how they felt. So the heck with Kyle Pitts, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, they could have had I don't know who people, they could have had Najee Harris at 18, but you know what? We got running backs like Greer said that they like. The heck with Najee right now at 18. I need Jalen Phillips more than anything. In this league, if you can't get to the passer, it's all irrelevant.
Yeah,
and
they
you
need
lose Van Noy and Shaq Lawson. How else you think we were supposed to make that up?
Right.
And I'm just like, man, I think that we're actually making the unpopular, smartest moves.
Sticking to the script, bro. There's something to be said about sticking to the script, and they're doing that, and it's beautiful.
Trust in the process.
I hope they can still get Tyler Shelvin though. We get that nose. We get that true nose tackle and let him learn behind John Jenkins, man, and we're gonna be nasty for a long time to come.
That's all Flores. He got to go get it done.
So Cam Newton gonna compete with Matt Jones for the starting quarterback, huh?
Belichick said Cam Newton is our starting quarterback.
Oh well, done deal then. Okay.
And but you don't sit there and take Chase right there if you ain't gonna develop him to be the future. You don't use that whole first round pick. So he's gonna get his shot at some point, whether it's this year, next year, or whatever. But he's gonna get his shot.
Yeah, I believe they. I think Bill is comfortable with sitting him, and letting him learn, and letting him duel it out with Stidham too. That gives him somebody with Stidham to fight with. You know.
True. Ronnie Perkins goes to the Patriots. No. Is that the Patriots? Yeah, Oklahoma defensive end.
Defensive end. I'm gonna get out of here, bro.
All right, man. Appreciate you, man. I'll hit you up.
Okay. Let's get together soon, man.
No, I got you.
All right, bro.
All right.
Late.
Man, how many more picks do we have in the I mean, the third round should be over, right? Y'all let me know, what does the third round go up to? It should be over by now. 96 plus compensatory picks. So it's gonna be interesting. Comp picks. Yeah, I get it. It's comp picks now. TD 3 for tomorrow. 3? What do you mean? What you talk about? Dang, it is late. What time is it? 11:20. Yeah, it ain't like last night though. I'm just wondering if Miami's gonna creep back up. Man, it's a lot of tight ends going. You got Trey McKitty from Georgia goes to the Chargers. Man, the Chargers are literally loading up for this kid, man. Y'all see the Chargers are loading up for their quarterback. They get this man a tight end, line, receivers, everything. And I'm glad Miami got the picture now. Wow. T, let me ask you something. Do you think we can make it to the Super Bowl? Depend on how our quarterback, if our quarterback take us there. They got Rashawn Slater, tackle out, man. Listen, the Chargers got them a tackle for them. They already got good tackles, but they got a tackle. They they got the wide receiver, and now they got a tight end to help out. And people say they already had some weapons. Well, they adding to it. Hey, when did Panay Sewell get picked? When did Sewell go again? When did Sewell go? Because didn't he have a fall as well? Y'all remind me, man. When did Panay Sewell go? Seven, okay, yeah. What draft? 2021. So from Dallas through Philly, we got number 156, man. We all the way at 156. So we don't have any 4th round picks, and we don't have any 6th round picks. We got 3 picks left. Quinn Myers. Quinn Myers out of Wisconsin, Whitewater. Guard goes to the Denver Broncos. He just at home chilling with his fam. I hear lifting water jugs. Long has more receptions than Pitts. Well, he led all college football. Long led all college football teams with receptions. No more excuses for Tua. Listen, man, this year we better be ready to do something special. No more excuses for this organization, not just Tua, this whole organization. No more excuses. They got to get it done this year, period. Running back should have been a huge priority. All right. So center and running back are areas we can get better. Well, we got center that can hold us down for now. Another thing people got to understand. No offensive line in the NFL really like just has 5 like best players on it, you know? Everybody ain't got to be a 9 or 10 out of 10 or growing to be one. Running back should have been first priority. So we got a 5th rounder and 2 7th rounders left. And that's tomorrow. And FYI, I never streamed day 3. What happens every time we make a move or we select someone, I just go live wherever I'm at. And I'm probably going to be out shopping with the wife tomorrow. You know, she done held it down for 2 days straight. So, you know, tomorrow got to be all her. But wherever we are, I'll probably be on my phone like, y'all, we just selected this player. This is what I think about it. Blah, 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 blah. And then I'm out and I'm just in and out. All right. I'm in and out tomorrow. Nashawn Wright, Oregon State cornerback, goes to the Cowboys. They're still gearing up on defense. They're bringing in as much young talent as they can to fix that defense. I like what the Cowboys doing, man. They're trying to address these areas of concern, that defense. They're bringing in as much talent as they can so that they can sort through it and see if they can find some gems out of it and improve that defense because they're going to have to. Ian Rappaport is reporting that Miami has agreed to trade with Cleveland for Hunt. Yeah, I don't see any of that. Yeah, I don't see none of that.
Tonight, as we go through the compensatories, wrapping up round 3, back in Cleveland in just a moment. The NFL Draft on ESPN.
Where will we be in 5 years, in 50 years? Let's be here and here. Let's deliver technology to give everyone access to security and privacy, to equality and fairness, to a sustainable world.
What else we need, TD? Running back and center. Running back in center. That's what we need, man. A running back in center.
The world of work may have changed, but progress still starts with small steps. From the conversations we have to the connections we make.
Titans are on the clock, man.
We'll find a way. Whether it's starting a new job or making a difference, when we turn to our communities, there's no telling where our next small steps could lead.
Righteous. Smith or Waddle. Y'all bored with these fake trades, man. No, listen. If it came through, trust me, I would know. And even if I didn't, eventually we would all know. But I don't buy into that stuff, man. Oh man. Yeah, what if 2 days have been something, man? Y'all hit that like button, guys. Let's get 700 likes. We're 20 away from 700. Let's get 700 likes.
Your numbers are waiting to win with draw games from the Florida Lottery. Try these exciting games today. The Florida Lottery. It's your ticket. Life's full of little accidents. And the Hyundai Tucson helps make sure they stay little. By alerting you if you drift out of your lane and even gently correcting your steering. Because unlike your favorite shirt, you are irreplaceable. Hyundai, the longer you look, the more there is to like.
Get 0% APR plus $1,500 bonus cash worth the $3,500 cash back on a 2021 Tucson. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Play for your old sports heroes jersey number. Or even your childhood home. Your numbers are waiting to win with draw games from the Florida Lottery. Try these exciting games today.
Welcome back to the 2021 NFL Draft, presented by Courtyard by Merrick. We are back in Cleveland. We have 6 picks to go. The compensatory selection.
6 more picks in the compensatory, and then the third round will be over.
With the 100th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Elijah Molden, defensive back.
Elijah Molden, Tennessee, same thing. They doing what Dallas doing. They loading up on defense. They know what their issues are. Teams are taking what they need, man, because there are better players on the board, but they are going to get what they need and not what people want. This is very obvious. Let's see here. I don't know how much more vodka I should drink. Oh, y'all hilarious, man. Eddie said, I don't know how much more vodka I should drink. Oh, man. Hey, TD, the draft will try going back to Vegas in 2022. You game? I'm all game for it. You already know, man. Bobby McCain, Nick Needham, Jakeem Grant, pack your bags. Oh, man. Some of y'all ain't right. Some of y'all is not right, man. Trying to make these guys pack their bags, man. Hilarious, man. All right, Detroit is about to pick.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Ifatu Melifonwu, defensive back.
Defensive back goes to the Lions out of Syracuse. Ifatu Melifonwu. TD, now that we know the bulk of who's getting picked, who gets traded and cut, I think a lot of those things will happen at the end of training camp around week 3, preseason, week 2, week 3, around that time. I mean, I don't know who's getting cut. It's just a matter of who's a risk of getting cut. Jakeem Grant, Albert Wilson, Allen Hurns. Who else you got? Devontae Parker, Mike Gesicki. I mean, it's all the guys who aren't Greer and Flores guys almost, if you really look at it. Those are the guys who are at risk of potentially getting traded. So that's where we are right now with it. I might get up early in the morning tomorrow, just depends. I might do what I did this morning, give y'all a recap of today. We're gonna listen to Chris Greer and Flores press conference from tonight together, and the interviews from the players. All right, so Saturday morning I may get up really early if I can do it and go live. 49ers picking
The San Francisco 49ers select
Ambry Thomas, defensive back out of Michigan. There's a run on defensive backs right now. Jet sweeps, yes. You can do it, TD. Hey, I'm gonna try my best, man. Greer is gonna get fired. You think Greer gonna get fired when Stephen Ross is right in the room with him making these picks? You saw it yesterday. Y'all saw Stephen Ross in the room with them yesterday, right? He's sitting right there making those picks. So I don't get the thought process on that one.
Welcome to your wildest cravings come true, where the abundance of a chalupa cravings box is only $5. Savor this moment of pure Taco Bell bliss because it won't last forever. It's value beyond belief.
Maybe Ross and Greer are low. I can't deal with y'all. AOTD to 1 to 20 cents. The other teams has got great players. Who do you think is the threat to us in the season? Who's a threat to us? I mean, are you talking about in the AFC East or just the NFL? I mean, the NFL, that's vast. Every team's a threat. I'm gonna tell y'all now. The Patriots still haven't figured out their quarterback situation, so that's a huge plus. But they're still gonna be a tough out. Buffalo, they're trying to address their main need. They went back to back with their first two picks. We got a pass rusher in both picks. They're really trying to get better with the pass rush because their defense is a big part of the issue. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, has Buffalo gotten a running back? I don't remember. Y'all let me know in the comment section. Did Buffalo get a running back? Please let me know in the comment section if y'all remember them getting a running back or not. I asked that because I don't think they did, and that was one of their number one needs. Their number one need was a running back, but they could also they needed a pass rusher as well. Anybody wonder why they went and got two pass rushers back to back when there were running backs on the board at every single pick for them to get to? Anybody wonder that? Because these general managers know you pass rusher is way more valuable than a running back in today's NFL. You got to be able to get to the quarterback. Same situation. They ain't copying us. They just doing what's right. They done went back to back with running backs on the board, decent ones at a minimum, and they done got two defensive ends back to back. You got to understand why that is. Because a defensive end is way more valuable than a running back. You got to be able to get to the quarterback in today's league. Have to. You got to. You get to the quarterback, you're making life a lot easier. Drop your draft grades in the comment section for me. Let's hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get 750 likes before the end of this draft if we can. We got like 3 more picks or something like that. Punch that like button and drop your draft grades night 1 and night 2 combined. What grade do you give the Dolphins overall? Ernest Jones, linebacker out of South Carolina. South Carolina goes to the Rams. C, B plus, B minus, B plus, B plus, A, B minus, F, A plus, FFF, C plus, B, F. And the crazy thing is, anybody who says F, I want you to evaluate yourself and tell me, is it because of Najee Harris and or Smith? I'm just curious. Does it have anything to do with them? A, C plus, C minus, B minus, A. Block anyone who puts F, D minus. I'm gonna be real honest with y'all. If I was to give this draft a draft grade so far, right now at this very moment, I'm at about an A minus for the Miami Dolphins. That's my true take. And it could have been higher. It's just that I'm a little bit skeptical because at the center position, I like someone for the future. Right now, I give this team an A minus because we have we have guys who can play center and be just good enough this year, and they can get their guy in free agency and or the draft next year. But since we don't have the center, and do y'all see the luxury we have? We're sitting here talking about, well, we should have got a running back when we got 3 good running backs. Ain't great, the best of all time, but we got 3 good running backs. And we're only complaining about 2 positions. Anybody complaining about defensive end? Anybody complaining about the defensive line? Anybody's complaining about linebackers? Anybody's complaining about corners? Anybody complaining about safeties? Anybody complaining about receivers? Anybody complaining about tight ends? Anybody complaining about quarterback? Do you know that we are literally sitting here only like those who do have a complaint? We're talking about 2 positions, and you got teams out here complaining about 10 positions, like 5 positions, 4 positions, 6 positions. And we're over here complaining about positions that we have serviceable guys. Literally, serviceable guys. That's the beauty. That's the beauty of our concerns right now. And I'll take that any day of the week, ladies and gentlemen. I will definitely take that. I'll take that complaint. I'm good with that. I am good with that. That means we're right there. We already got guys who are serviceable in the positions, but I'll take that. I'll take that all day. We are in a great position. And more beautifully, the best thing about it all, I feel so great of the simple fact that now if a star gets hurt, I feel like we got somebody right behind him that's capable. I feel like we got somebody right behind him that's capable. Baron Browning, Ohio State linebacker, goes to the Broncos at pick 105. 106 will be next to the Jacksonville Jaguars, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's it. Oh, that's it. Baron Browning, man. Hey, he's a talented guy. Not strong enough. A draft need more star power. Nah, I disagree. You need more star power when you got like four to six of them on your team, just stars. They can carry you. But when everybody on your roster that'll be starting on a scale of 1 to 10 ranks between 6 and 9, you're ready for war with anybody. You don't have a deficiency at any position, really. When everybody on your team ranks between a 6 and 9, you ready for war. That's how you build a real team. That's how you build a real team. And that's what we've done, man. But hey, day 2 is over. It is in the books. The NFL draft, it has one more day. The last day. Listen, if we can do what we've been doing with undrafted players, imagine what we can do with our last 3 picks. So put your seatbelt on. It's going to be fun. Arca with the donation said had to watch the Chargers draft. Nice choice with Javen Holland, though. He is a stud for sure. I agree. A lot of people don't think so. And you know what? Honestly, a lot of people don't like some of the picks because they don't even know anything about some of these players. They never even knew the player's name before they were called by the Dolphins tonight. Y'all know that? Let me say that too. A lot of people that are having issues with some of the players we drafted, they never even heard of the player's name before the Dolphins drafted him tonight. And that's why they got a problem, because it's somebody whose name that they knew and a whole bunch of other people knew their name we didn't pick. Who is this guy we got? We could have got this guy. Yeah, because you don't even know who we got. People out here criticizing people that they don't even know. They don't even know their skill set. They out here complaining about players we picked and know nothing about them. Absolutely nothing. and this is, y'all know I'm right. All y'all real football heads, y'all know I'm right. Listen, we got 500 people watching right now. I would bet, I would put money if I could get the absolute truth that 400 of those 500 didn't even know who this tight end we got was. Didn't even know who the safety we got was. I can bet y'all if I could get the ultimate truth, I'll put everything on it. 400 out of the 500 people watching never even heard their name before tonight. Because that's what the casual fan is. And nothing's wrong with that. But I ask you, if you're going to be that casual fan, stay in your place and be casual. I don't have nothing against casual fans like that because I used to be one of them until I start studying this game. So nothing's wrong with it. But at least stay in your place and remain casual and stop degrading what we did do when you have no idea about them. Just sit back and say, you know what? Got to trust the process. I hope he works out. I do know about this person. I wish we would have took them. That's all fine. But for people to be saying that, why would we get this tight end? He sucks, man. What are we doing? See, that's where you're crossing the line. It is what it is, man. It's TD Phins Talk, home of the real Miami Dolphin fans. Listen, man, hopefully I ain't ruffling no feathers. And if I did, too bad. Deal with it. Love y'all. See y'all soon. Peace. Y'all stay up.